Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another stream. Let's get some mood setter music in here, shall we? Let's see. I didn't set this up correctly. This will be audio. It should already be here. Just gotta turn it on. There we go. Wait, it's not working. There we go. That's a little bit loud. That's too quiet. Okay, something like that should be good. Okay, so welcome everybody. Today it is Halloween, and I thought I would celebrate with a special Halloween stream. Now, like, I have an interesting relationship with horror. I feel like when it comes to horror, I'm like, I don't get as easily invested as other people. But as many people would know about me, I'm a huge fan of like Ryukishi and like 7th expansion visual novels that like tap into horror, but make it a lot more about a conflict that needs to be overcome in order to reach, or at least like challenge something like ideologically, or like, you know, find something in the person to like challenge. I'm getting so rambly right now. Oh my goodness. I didn't script this at all. Anyway, the point is I really like 7th expansion's take on horror stuff. But I didn't want to like stream a 7th expansion visual novel for Halloween. I wanted to do something a bit different. And I thought, well, something that I've wanted to do for a long time is go and look at the history of the sound novel and the visual novel. Because like spooky visual novels and all that have been around for a long time. They have quite a storied history, with Higurashi and Iminaka only being like relatively recent examples. So let's start the stream with a little bit of a history lesson, right? I thought that might be a good way to cap things off. So this here is a flowchart I made bloody ages ago, like cataloging and detailing the general flow of horror visual novels and adventure, not just horror, but like adventure games and visual novels and how those genres intersect with each other. Like I have this Venn diagram here, right? Which kind of describes the relationship between all these interconnected terms. Adventure games being a huge, like, you know, umbrella term to describe many different kinds of games. We got Western style adventure games, point and click adventures, text adventures. And then we have Japanese style adventure games, which are kind of like, you know, they came from the same root, but they very much like evolved into their own thing. And there wasn't a lot of like cross-pollination once Japanese style adventure games really like took hold in their own industry. But like, you know, this can all be traced back to Colossal Cave Adventure, the original text adventure, right? And then we had like graphical adventure games start becoming a thing. And they kind of split off into East and West. They have their own different takes on this. And Japan, you know, the big like graphical adventure game that really like started it all was the Portopia Serial Murder Case for Famicom, which was developed by Yuji Horii, in fact, the Dragon Quest guy. And that kind of spawned its own genre from there. Well, it split into a bunch of different genres, right? So like one subgenre that emerged was social simulation games and dating sims. Like probably one of the first examples of this would be like Princess Maker. But then we end up going a little bit further and we get the emergence of the dating sim with stuff like Dokusei in 1992 and Tokimeki Memoru in 1994, which is kind of where like the dating sim was popularized. Now, dating sim isn't like necessarily the same as a visual novel though, right? The whole point of a dating sim is the emphasis on the word simulation. So like we're talking about raising stats, completing activities to raise stats, to raise like affection levels between girls. It's like it's a very like mathy game where you're like trying to. There's a lot of strategy to it in trying to like raise the stats to get the girl. It's like how we use the word dating sim these days is very different to how it was used originally. And I do, whenever I say dating sim, I try to use the original meaning of the word, because dating sim is a catch-all term for any sort of quote-unquote visual novel that uses dating elements. It's a bit of a poor definition, I think, and I try to be more succinct in the words I use to describe these games. Anyway, so like this was all happening on like the romance side. Like it has its roots if you go way back into like literal porn games. Like we can't deny that was like where it kind of all started. And then you get like, family friendly versions of that coming out through like dating sims and stuff. But like on the other side, like there's kind of a bit of a split going on between these adventure games that were about pretty girls and adventure games that were more about like mystery or horror or sci-fi elements. And that split like really becomes apparent when you start looking at the sound novel. So like right around the point here in 1992, we have Dokyusei coming out and Tokimeki Memorial. And alongside these games, we also had Chunsoft coming in with the concept of a sound novel. And this is where we get to the main point of what I want to talk about today. In 1992, Chunsoft releases Otogiriso, which is a Super Famicom mystery sound novel. Not a mystery, like a horror sound novel. And, basically what that is it's kind of like what would eventually evolve into the modern visual novel. You've got like, at the time it was pixel art, but it's like it's presenting a scary scenario, but it's all through text and visual and music. No voice acting, because the Super Famicom can't really handle that, of course. And there were some choices, but it was a pretty linear story overall. But this is where Chunsoft actually copyrighted the term sound novel, and the whole idea of that was, well, it's a novel, but it's also got accompanying sound and music. It's like they're really pushing how like the Super Nintendo is capable of really high fidelity sound compared to like other consoles at the time, and that was a big selling point. Like sure, it had pixel art, but what was really like selling people was the sound, and like how sound was used to like communicate a vibe and like really settle people into an unsettling atmosphere. So it was a lot less focused on the visuals. The term visual novel would come around much later with like Leaf. I think they were the ones that copyrighted that term. And they started like kind of combining these spooky elements with they had Shizuku, which is a very spooky game, kind of inspired by these sound novels. And then they did To Heart, which was kind of taking more inspiration from like Tokimeki Memorial and all those like cutesy, light-hearted rom-com scenarios. But instead of it being a dating sim, it was a visual novel. It was much more focused on the text rather than just raising stats and like sort of like a pseudo RPG. And that's kind of like where the modern visual novel, where you've got like a heavy focus on character sprites and text displayed at the bottom of the screen, really started to come about. If you go further back, that was in 1997. 1992 and 1994 is really where it all started. Otogiri was the first sound novel, but then that became... sorry, I'm rambling. Words. 2 years later, they would release Kamaitachi no Yoru. And Kamaitachi no Yoru is the second sound novel, but it's the one that really popularized like this whole idea. Just the idea of like a novel that you play through, basically. But Kamaitachi no Yoru was a bit different from Otogiri. It was still spooky, but it focused a lot more on the mystery side of it. It's a murder mystery, like a bunch of people stuck in a mansion and they receive a letter that someone's gonna die. Like if you've read any classical murder mystery, it's all very familiar shit. But like you can see like the direct inspiration this game had on stuff like Higurashi and Umineko, which came much later from Ryukishi. And incidentally, while Otogiri So uses pixel art, Kamaitachi no Yoru really started introducing this idea of taking photographs of real locations and using them to set the mood for the spooky scenario, which is something that Ryukishi went on to do. So yeah, like, it all comes back to these two games, really. And I was, like, really debating today, which one do I stream? Maybe I should stream Otogiri So, because it's a bit more focused on the horror, and it's a lot shorter than Kamaitachi no Yoru. But I think I've said on Kamaitachi no Yoru. I had to make a decision, and I think I'm going to like this game more. Basically, that's basically what it came down to. On a note of like English accessibility, both of these games are available in English through fan translations. Otogiri So has a translation for the original Super Famicom version. Kamaitachi no Yoru unfortunately doesn't, but we do have a fan translation of the remake, what was it called? Rinne? Oh, gosh. It's on Kamaitachi no Yoru. Sorry, 1 second. Yeah, Rinne Seisei, sorry. Yeah, Rinne Seisei. It's a remake by Majors, the people who do Steins Gate, and also the recent Famicom Detective Club remakes. They've been doing a lot of remakes of these old like adventure games lately. So they're kind of like in the public consciousness right now because they just did Emio, which everyone is talking about at the moment. But yeah, we are going to be playing that remake of Kamaitachi no Yoru today. But before we did, I wanted to show you all what the original games look like. So let's do that really quickly. All right, so what we have here is Kamaitachi no Yoru, the Super Famicom. Now this is like the demo it's going through at the moment. It's just kind of playing on its own, but you can kind of see like we got the text on screen. You got these different choices you can pick between, and it doesn't actually have character sprites. Notably, it's all like backgrounds, some special effects, and music and text. What you will find though is they'll have these photos of the environments, but they'll like superimpose these silhouettes of characters on them. So like, oh, here we go, like the main character's hand is going up for some reason. Sorry, I can't fully read this Japanese, so I don't know what they're talking about. But yeah, like you can see, like it's very minimalist. It leaves a lot to the reader's imagination of what these characters look like, and it's really all about the mood. To be honest, like if we could play this version in English, I would love to. I think that'd be really cool to experience, but that is unfortunately not an option for us as of time of writing. As of right now, present 2024 Halloween. Maybe someday someone will release a translation patch for the original. I think that'd be really cool. I would love to check that out. Oh yeah, you get some cool things here. You can see like the silhouettes of the characters like moving around and stuff. There seems to be a character crawling on the ground for some reason. Maybe we'll find out why when we actually play it in English. But yeah, like it's a cool way of displaying like action and stuff. I don't know. I think it's a really neat presentation style. I wonder if I might just show Otogiri So just very briefly, so we can compare and contrast, right? Bear with me 2 seconds. Where is it? I'm a little bit nervous on this stream. I don't know why. It's because it's like I'm giving a presentation. Otogiri So. Okay, so this is Otogiri So with the English translation patch. Maybe we'll play it someday. I want to like let people know that it exists and that they can play it. Apparently, this like game you can complete in like 3 hours. It's pretty short, so it's perfect for a stream. But I'm not doing it today. I wanted to play the other game instead. Yeah. And you like enter your name. Starts in a car, talking with your girlfriend or wife, talking about spooky stuff, and then nothing bad is ever going to happen, and everything's going to be just fine. There's not going to be anything spooky happening. And you get little choices here, like here. But yeah, this is really like where what we call the visual novel like really started. It all started with this game. It's pretty cool to go back in history like this. Like before this, like obviously we had stuff like Portopia and Famicom Detective Club, which were like mystery games, but like they were a bit closer to what we consider it like a Western style adventure game, where like it was like you walk through these environments, and if it's not point and click, then it's like selecting commands and like, you know, investigating the scenes and stuff. This is all just this is just a choose your own adventure novel. That's where like the whole visual novel thing really started, was really with this game. So yeah, very historically significant. All right, now 2 seconds. Now that we've seen Otogiri-so and Kamaitachi no Yoru for Super Famicom, I think it's time to get to the main event. So let's get started with Kamaitachi no Yoru Renaissance. Okay. Now, this starts with a really cool opening cinematic, so we'll watch it. So that's Ryukishi07. He actually did like a bonus scenario for this game. Like they actually got him on board to like do something for it. Wasn't in the original game, it's like an extra thing, but yeah. Because yeah, if you're a fan of Rikishi's work, this is the game that inspired him the most. So, very significant. And I've never played it before, so I'm really excited. But yeah, like, they've opted to go with a more modern art style for this. Instead of like, obviously the silhouettes over photos, we're getting something a lot more modern with like character art. And I think the backgrounds are drawn as well. So like, if you're like, boo, I wanted the original OG raw experience, well, I'm sorry, it isn't in English yet. We have to settle for this. But it's out there, and I really hope someone translates it someday. I mean, obviously, like, the script's pretty much done in this game, so I can't imagine it's that hard to port it over. Maybe it is, I don't know. But if someone does that, better be freaking awesome. Oh, it's different, but this looks very beautiful. I believe this was translated by Project Kanai, I think it was called? Or Kamai, sorry. Kamaitachi no Yoru, or Banshee's Last Cry, as it's known in some circles, or Night of the Kamaitachi. Alright. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, but this game, like, it's really like a heavy focus on like player choices and like multiple routes and endings. So like, if you have played something like the Zero Escape games, it's also like Kamaitachi no Yoru was also a huge inspiration for those games as well, because it even introduced the idea of the flowchart system, which we can only see a little bit of here. But yeah, like, this is going to expand out to a huge flowchart, that represents all the different choices you could make. And a lot of bad endings. Apparently, I think I remember like 50 endings or something. There's a lot. It's a pretty big game for the Super Famicom. And this is a remake, so there's going to be some differences, and I'm not an expert on like what those differences are, unfortunately. But yeah, well, let's just jump in. Let's see how we go. So I guess I will read it out, as is the way of things. I don't usually read out loud, but I will do my best for you all. After getting the hang of snow plowing, I finally made it to the bottom of the slope and stopped for a much-needed breather. Mari, meanwhile, whooshed effortlessly to a stop in front of me, her fancy footwork kicking up a tidal wave of white powder. Excuse me. My goggles were now covered with snow. I couldn't see a damn thing. It's pretty loud, isn't it? Maybe I'll turn it out a tiny bit. Mari's laughter rang out through the wintry air. I peeled off my now useless goggles and began brushing the snow from my jacket. And I definitely emphasize pretty girl. A lot more than they would have in the original. Mari took off her goggles and flashed me a grin. Man, that smile. I hadn't seen those pearly whites for a few hours now, but they were like the sun peeking out from behind the clouds. I couldn't help staring at her for a while. Mari's long black hair contrasted beautifully against her pure white ski suit. She'd been the center of everyone's attention as she glided down even the toughest of slope with practiced ease. I was sure they must have been dying to know if there was a beautiful face hiding beneath those ski goggles of hers. I mean it. It was just the sort of thing you did at a ski resort. If that were true, I thought. If that were true, then I doubted anyone had been left disappointed by the big reveal. Mari had practically grown up in snow country. So even though I'd been discouraged before by how much better she was at this stuff than me, I now felt only pride. Not only did I know what her face looked like under those goggles, but I could also attest to what gorgeous curves waited under that bulky ski suit of hers. Yep, this guy is thirsty. I wonder, like, how much of the script is exactly like the original now. I'm so curious. I wonder if they've really hammed up the sex appeal for this version. It's quite possible. The fan service, you know. Because you literally couldn't see the characters before. But I don't know. Maybe he was thirsty in the original as well. There was more than a touch of exhaustion in my voice. After a long day spent earning my stripes on the slopes, I could barely stand upright. Mari clasped, that's a weird word for me. Mari clasped her hands out in front of her, begging me. I pointed to the sky overhead. Ooh, spooky. I hadn't been lying. The sun, which had been going in and out of the clouds all day, was now completely hidden. The sky was dark and foreboding. Mari frowned. We both piled into the four-wheel drive SUV we'd borrowed from Mari's uncle Kobayashi? I think that's Kobayashi, but why is it... Does it not have word wrap? Sorry, that was distracting. Mari and I had met at college that April. It was only this past fall, through a combination of bravery and sheer bullheadedness, no word wrap, huh, that I was able to convince her to go on a few dates with me. No matter how much I pressed, however, I could never get a clear sense of how she felt about me. It quickly started to feel like a one-sided relationship. It's been a long time since I've read a visual without word wrap. Like, I thought we solved this problem years ago. Oh, goodness. But that's how you know it's a amateur fan translation, huh? I mean, I'm glad it exists. I'm not trying to shit on it or anything. But that little quality of life really goes a long way, doesn't it? So when Mari suddenly asked if I wanted to go out on an overnight ski trip with her, you could have knocked me over with a feather. She told me her uncle, Jiro Kobayashi, ran a ski lodge in Shinshu. It was a bit far from the slopes, however, and that slight inconvenience meant there were never many guests, even during the high season. As a result, Mari was able to invite me to stay there with her at a discounted rate. I'd said yes, of course, and yesterday, December 21, we'd arrived in Shinshu. By the time we got to the lodge, the sun had already set and it was starting to snow. Spur Lodge, as it was called, was run by Kobayashi and his wife. It was a charming little mountain hideaway that combined log cabin styling with appealingly bright decor. The lodge's menu had a distinct international flair. Its pigeon cuisine didn't just cross borders, it straight up ignored them. Regardless, the food there was endlessly diverse and always satisfying. And far from being deserted, the lodge had already been featured in several travel magazines and was growing steadily more popular. Business is slow, so I'll let you stay for cheap. So Kobayashi had claimed. But as soon as we'd arrived yesterday, I realized he'd only said that so we wouldn't feel uncomfortable. Naturally, or more like tragically, Mari and I had been placed in separate rooms. Okay, so this is still like a photo, or at least like a heavily filtered photo. Maybe it's been drawn over. I mean, it looks like a photo to me. Yeah. Okay. Upon returning to the lodge, we got our first choice. Yay! We decided to go to our rooms to change, then meet in the lounge by the entrance. Or we decided to get changed, then meet in one of our rooms to chat until dinner. So meet in our rooms, or meet in the lounge by the entrance. Let's go to the lounge. We went to our rooms to change, and then met in the lounge by the entrance. There were some comfy looking sofas arranged around a large brown coffee table. Okay, this is definitely a drawn background now. You can see the difference. I guess you have to draw it if you're like doing a CG with a character in it, huh? We decided to relax there for a while and wait for dinner to begin. Just as we were settling in, we heard girls' voices coming down the stairs. Although they looked like white-collar office types, the girls were probably the same age as us, if not a bit younger. There were 3 of them chatting as they came down. A skinny girl with long hair was the first to speak. Though she came off as haughty, I had to admit she was beautiful. Still, I got the sense that she was also a bit shallow. Rude. The second girl was pointing her pen at some articles she'd circled in a magazine. Sure enough, her plump physique suggested she was probably more interested in eating than skiing. This guy's an asshole! Wow, I don't like this guy. Oh, okay. Let's move on. Even now, she was snacking on a bag of chips she stashed under her arm, while a bit on the chubby side, she was as cute and cuddly as a panda. The long-haired girl was clearly upset. The third girl, who was wearing chunky glasses, quickly tried to placate her friend. Her boyishly short hair and oversized specs seemed to suit her perfectly. She somehow struck me as the most capable of the 3. Mari asked me this in a frosty whisper. Hold on. Aren't you my girlfriend? Or like, no, okay. I think these 2 characters are like not dating yet, but like I think the guy is obviously interested in her, but she's like still like friend zoning him or something. I don't know. Alright. I'm not doing that. I want to do B because I want to see how she reacts. Honey. Oh my god. I tutted and wagged my finger at her. Mari responded with a laugh. What's your relationship?
すいません。一緒に写ってもらえませんか？
While the trio, the girl in cat's eye glasses, held out a camera. My turn to shine. Yep, never a moment's rest for a hunk like me. For Silas stood up and sauntered over to the girls. I wonder if that choice actually like influences our protagonist's like personality. If so, then I've picked a horrible choice.
ああ、別に構いませんよ。さて、どんなポーズで？
But the girl in glasses quickly waved me off.
マネージャーの方は結構ですから。
Manager?
女優の宮崎葵さんですよね。ほら、大河
Oh,
ド
she's
ラ
an
マに出てた。
actress, huh? I couldn't believe it. The girls were asking for Mari's picture. They'd mistaken her for the lead actress in a period romantic comedy called Passion Princess. Oh, she's not. The chubby girl was even sweating, probably from nervousness.
いいですよ。ね、マネージャーさん。
Mari looked at me and grinned.
じゃあ、シャッター、お願いします。
The girl with glasses handed me her camera. Yeah. Guess I was stuck taking this stupid picture, huh?
はい、チーズ。
Japanese speakers tend to add a zoo sound at the end of cheese, so I waited until they were all mid-zoo to press the shutter button. They were all guaranteed to end up with a major fish face. Mari and the girls were laughing together, having no idea of the mean trick I just played on them. Oh my god, this guy sucks! Seems like they'd already become fast
な
friends.
んだ、違ってたんですか。私、てっきり。ごめんなさい、調子乗っちゃって。いえ、勘違いした秋が悪いんだから。
The long-haired girl poked at her friend in the glasses.
ごめんなさい。マネージャーさんだなんて。
She bowed apologetically as I returned the
は
camera.
あ、いいんですよ。全然気にしてませんから。
I lied right to her face. Didn't mean a word of it.
でも、マリさんって綺麗だからつい。
And when she put it like that, I didn't feel the least bit guilty about lying. So we'd already broken the ice. We naturally started introducing ourselves to one another. The long-haired girl, the one who was complaining about being too far from the slopes, that was Kanako Watase. The cute and chubby girl with a constant case of the munchies, Keiko Kitano. And the girl holding the camera, the one with the big glasses, she was Aki Kawamura. They were all 18-year-old office workers, administrative types, who were probably just killing time until they could land themselves a suitable husband.
私たち、さっき着いたばっかりなんですけど、ゲレンデはどうですか？
Kanako pressed me for details, but since this was my first time skiing, I had no idea if the slopes were good, bad, or altogether ugly. Mari ended up answering for
な
me.
かなかいいですよ。リフトもそんなに混んでないし。
Kanako seemed to enjoy skiing nearly as much as Mari. She immediately launched into a long description about the different types of snow conditions and how good the powder was up here. As she continued to talk, her two friends looked more and more bored. Maybe Kanako had forced them to come on this ski trip with her. Just then, there was the rumble of a carriage outside. There seemed more guests had arrived. A few moments later, I heard the jingle of door chimes, followed by the loud braying of an Osaka accent.
助かった死ぬか思ったわ
A man and woman trundled through the front door, snow piled high on the shoulders and hoods of their jackets. The man, small, round, red-faced, was probably about 50 years old, whereas the tall, slender woman at his side was closer to her late 30s. Geez, that's an age gap.
ああ、加山さん、いらっしゃい。
I'm
遅
assuming
か
they're
っ
a
たです
couple,
ね
I。guess.
心配しましたよ。
Kobayashi emerged from the back of the lodge to greet his two new
え
guests.
らい吹雪き始めよって迷うとこやったわ
Looking out the window, I could see that snow, which hadn't been too bad earlier, was beginning to gather strength. The antique cuckoo clock on the wall struck 7 o'clock. I reflexively glanced at my digital watch, but it was still only read 6:55 p.m. Maybe my watch was running slow? Okay, that's an important detail. Remember that.
食事の用意ができましたので、食堂の方へどうぞ。
Midori Shinozaki, a part-timer at the lodge, emerged from the dining room.
じゃあ荷物と上着は運んでおきますから、加山さんたちも食堂へ。
The moment the newcomers finished registering at the front desk, Kobayashi was already hurrying them off to dinner. As I looked on, Mrs. Kayama's gaze met mine. Her eyes seemed terribly sad, but only for a moment. Then Mrs. Kayama smiled and gave me a nod of greeting. Finding myself flustered, I did likewise. I noticed Mari staring at her as well. I figured she was about to start teasing me again, so I was surprised by what she whispered next.
綺麗な人ね。
I answered honestly. Mari turned to me for a serious expression on her face.
やっぱりああいう吹けば飛ぶような感じの人の方が女らしいと思う？
まあ。あ、でもマリだって女らしいところもあるよ。もってどういうことよ。失礼ね。
Okay, so maybe I put my foot in my mouth there. Mari pointedly ignored me and stormed off to the dining room. I hurried after her. Silverware had been carefully laid out at each of the dining room tables. The three girls from earlier and that Kayama couple were already seated. Mari quickly found an empty table and joined her there. There was a large Christmas tree-shaped candle burning at the center of our table. Wait, is this a Christmas game? Maybe. I guess it's winter. Its flickering flame outlined Mari's features in reddish light as she gazed out the window. Oh my god! What is this? Oh no. These are all terrible, but
セクシーだよ。
I tried to shoot 007's dangerous
男って
criminal.
やーね。
But I was relieved to see she was smiling as she said this. A short while later, our food arrived. Mari's aunt Kyoko, assisted by Midori, the part-timer, brought the dishes out to the table. The lodge guests I knew of so far were me, Mari, the three girls, and the couple who'd just arrived. I thought that was it, but it seemed like there was another guest, someone who looked very out of place at a ski lodge like this. Is this the detective? This is the detective, isn't it? Someone's gonna die tonight. A curious man in a coat sat in the far corner of the room, doing his best to blend into the wall behind him. Even though we were eating, he was still wearing a hat and a jacket, along with a pair of conspicuously dark sunglasses. He sure didn't look like a skier. Not a salesman here on business either. Yakuza. Oh. That was my first thought. Sure.
しかし、ヤクザがこんなところに。
I wondered aloud, but the more I thought it over, the less credible it seemed that a Yakuza would come to a ski lodge by himself. In fact, as I watched him quietly sipping his soup, I started to think he might actually turn out to be a nice guy, all appearances to the contrary. Maybe he was just too shy to take off his sunglasses, or perhaps they were special prescription lenses, and he was planning on going straight to the slopes after dinner. Anyway, I forgot all about him the instant our food arrived.
おいしい。
Mari took one sip of her soup and gave an involuntary squeal of delight. It was an Italian dish called minestrone, and it was overflowing with freshly diced vegetables. The soup was hot and delicious. It warmed me right up from the inside. The dishes that followed were equally impressive, both in flavour and quantity. I could hear all the other guests practically sighing with delight. The Kobayashis could probably be successful running this place as just a restaurant, I thought. In fact, the Yakuza guy or the latecomer couple, they might have come here for the food
これって
alone.
おばさんが作ってるの？
I asked Mari about it during the after-dinner coffee.
おばさんは手伝ってるだけじゃないかな。料理が好きなのはおじさんの方。子供の頃から料理人になりたかったんだって。一旦は諦めてサラリーマンになったんだけど、夢が捨てられなかったのね。子供ができなかったこともあって、脱サラしてペンションなんか始めちゃったわけ。
でも大変なんだろうな。
I was impressed.
そうでしょうね。でもたまたまおじいさん、つまり私のお母さんのお父さんなんだけど、おじいさんはこの辺りの山をいくつも持っててね。土地だけは初めからあったから、 そういう面での苦労はそんなになかったみたいなのよ。
へえ、じゃあマリの家ってすごい金持ちなんだ。
I start to feel a little inadequate.
そんなことないのよ。土地のほとんどは長男のおじさんの方に行っちゃったから、うちはただのサラリーマン。家だって狭いんだから。
I was relieved to hear I hadn't fallen for someone of a much higher social standing than me. As the other guests finished their meals, they began to filter out of the dining room. The time on my digital watch read 7:55 p.m.
じゃあナイターに行こうか。
And with that outlandish suggestion, Mari got up from her chair.
冗談だろ。こんな吹雪じゃナイターなんてやってないんじゃない？
Besides, I thought my body was still a wreck from earlier.
天気予報聞いてる限りじゃナイターどころじゃなさそうよ。
Midori, still wearing her apron, chimed in from the sidelines.
当分ここから出ない方が安全みたい。
Midori Shinozaki, part-time employee at the lodge, age indeterminate. I guess she was probably in her 20s, but sometimes she looked like a high school girl, and other times more like a middle-aged housewife. I figured she probably spent all her free time out in the slopes, because her face and hair were completely snowburned, almost like she almost looked like a surfer chick.
そんなに激しいんですか？
I was half relieved and half worried.
予報じゃ近年にない大雪になるかもしれないって。
Another part-time lodge worker, a man by the name of Toshio Kubota, joined our conversation. Toshio was a self-proclaimed sixth-year college student. He loved skiing so much that, according to him anyway, he chose to keep working here rather than finish out his required credits. Toshio was nearly 6 feet tall, with a jockish build well suited to skiing, or just about any other sport you could imagine. And when it came to snowburn, he was more than Midori's equal. For whatever reason, I always felt self-conscious around guys like him, especially when my girlfriend was standing right beside me. Okay, so they are in a relationship. That's not what I thought. I carefully gauged Mari's reaction. Her eyes didn't seem to be sparkling with lust, nor did she act like she was trying to bestill her beating heart. That was a relief.
ここに閉じ込められて飢え死になんてことないでしょうね。
Toshio laughed at my suggestion, waving his hands dismissively.
それは大丈夫。町から離れてるからね。食料だけはいつも十分用意してるんだ。缶詰なんかも合わせれば、この人数だと3週間は腹いっぱい食わせられるよ。
I couldn't even imagine being stuck here for that long. Though, come to think of it, being trapped in a ski lodge with Mari might not be so bad. I glanced over at her as I entertained certain thoughts.
どうかした？
いや別に。
Toshio continued on with a hint of regret in his voice.
3週間ってのは大げさだけど、明日滑るのは無理かもしれないね。まあ、学校は休みなんだし、1日2日滞在が伸びたって構わないんだろう。
そうね。おじさん次第ね。事情が事情なんだから余分に止めてくれるかもしれないわね。ねえ、トールはいいんでしょ？
もちろん宿泊代はタダなんだろうね。
I wasn't a budget after all, but I got no response. Mari's face turned around.
どうなんですか、ロシオさん。
I asked him again. His answer was short and to
い
the
や、
point.
まあ、オーナーのお知り合いだし、お金は取らないと思い。
ラッキー
Lucky! Did a little happy dance.
ごちそうさまでした。
Mari harumphed, then abruptly stood up and stalked out the dining
あ
room.
あ、マリ、待ってよ。
I followed along behind her. Three girls from alleyway gathered around from the front desk, and they were all shouting at Kobayashi.
ちょっと落ち着いて話してください。一体何があったんです？
だから今部屋に戻ったら床にこんなものが。
Uh-oh. The long-haired girl trembled as she held out a scrap of paper to Kobayashi. From where I stood, I could see something written on it in red marker. Tonight at midnight, someone will die.
今夜12時。誰かが死ぬ？
As I read the note aloud, everyone gasped in unison. It's a little bit loud, isn't it? It took a few moments for Kobayashi to respond.
誰かのいたずらでしょう。
悪趣味ね。
Mari frowned. Indeed, as practical jokes went, this one was in shockingly poor taste. Assuming it was a joke at all.
誰かが私たちの部屋に入ってこれを置いて
So,
いったんですよ。
that means we've got the entire cast assembled.
あそこじゃ眠れないわ。
I need to, like, make a mental note of everyone. You know, this is why I really love Umineko for the quick brown fox murders the lazy dog. I miss how, like, Umineko had, like, the menu you can see of, like, all the characters. That's such a good feature for, like, a mystery game.
床に落ちてたんなら、ドアの下の隙間から
So
差
it's
し込んだん
Kobayashi,
じゃない
the
です
owner.
か。鍵はかけていらしたんでしょ？
Mari, the girlfriend. I'm sure I'll remember everyone in time. The girls all gave Kobayashi blank stares.
そっか。中に入らなくてもいいんだ。
Yeah, apparently the thought hadn't even occurred to her.
でもやっぱり気持ち悪い。
It was Aki, the girl with glasses, who said this.
なんならお部屋を変えましょうか。幸い空き部屋もありますから。
その部屋にもテレビついてます？
Kobayashi shook his head apologetically.
すいません。うちは客室には基本的にテレビは置いてないんです。2部屋だけ置いてある部屋があるんですが、それが今お泊まりの部屋なんですよ。
もう一部屋は？
あいにく塞がってます。ですからテレビをご覧になるんでしたら、今のお部屋で我慢していただくしか。
No TV!
どうする？
The three girls began to talk amongst themselves.
私やっぱり気持ち悪い。
テレビは我慢しようか。
私見たいテレビがあるの。
Keiko selflessly refused to budge.
テレビなんかいいでしょ。何しに来てんのよ、あんたは。私たちはスキーしに来たのよ、スキーに。
Kaneko was getting annoyed.
わかってるけど、でも今日は見逃せないの。相方、シーズン14の最終回なんだもん。
I'd never seen it, but it was apparently a TV show about a comedy duo. In the end, the girls relented and went back to their original room. It had just been a silly prank after all, and wasn't worth changing rooms over.
でも誰がこんないたずらするかしら。子供は止まってないし。
Mari gave me a devilish look.
もしかしてトールじゃないの？
She just suspects me, first of all. I couldn't believe what she was saying. Kobayashi stared at me in astonishment. What? That's such a shitty thing to say. But I'm really curious how that pans out.
バレたか。実はそうなんだ。
I grinned at
ト
them.
ール君、まさか君。
Let's go take him
あ、嘘
seriously.
です嘘です。冗談ですよ。
Seeing Kobayashi's face cloud over, I quickly recanted.
他のお客さんには言わないでくれよ。いい気持ちはしないに決まってるんだから。
Yeah. When you're trying to run a lodge, I suppose these sorts of jokes weren't good for business. Just then, the phone at the front desk began to ring.
はい、シュプールです。
We sat down on a sofa in the now empty lodge, overhearing bits of Kobayashi's conversation without even meaning to. It wasn't our fault, though. He was a loud talker, and his voice carried all the way to where we were seated.
ああ、三木本様ですか。夕食はあいにく終わりましたが、お部屋は取ってございます。はい。はい。
Okay, there's another
駅
character.
のあたりですか。そこからですと車で3、40分はかかると思いますが、しかも今雪の方が相当ひどくなってますから。
今頃来る人がいるみたいね。雪で遅れたのかしら。
So, theoretically, they can't be the culprit, right?
きっとそうだよ。迷って遭難てなことにならなきゃいいけどね。
そうですか。ではお待ちしております。
Just as Kobayashi hung up the phone, the middle-aged Osakan man from earlier came running down the stairs. Came down the stairs.
テレビつけても構わんか。
Mind if I turn it to? I'm already there. The man seemed friendly enough.
どうぞ。
Kayama grabbed the remote from the coffee table and turned on the TV. Snippets of brain-dead shows flashed across the screen as he started flipping through the channels.
あかん、どこもやってへん。もうちょっと待たなしゃあないかな。
He clicked off the TV and turned to us.
君ら、今日の終わりね聞いてへんかな。
は？終わりね。
株価や株価。ここど田舎やからな、勇敢があらへんねや。こんなことやったらラジオ持ってくるんやった。
加山さん、
It's a thick
仕事の
accent.
ことは忘れるって約束でしょ。
Kobayashi admonished him from the front desk.
おお、小林くん。別に仕事やないんや。毎日見てるさかい、見んと気持ち悪いっちゅうだけでな。
奥さんはどうしたんですか？結婚してから仕事で旅行の一つもしたことない。いっぺんくらい夫婦水入らずで旅行するのもええかもしれん。そうおっしゃったのは加山さんでしょ。
At this point, Kobayashi realized we were watching him and stopped talking.
まあ一応紹介しとこうか。加山さん、この子は私の姪でマリと言います。こっちは義理の甥になるかもしれないトールくん。
Nephew-in-law?
やだおじさん、勝手に決めないでよ。
No, I thought to myself, decide away, please.
そうか、君の姪御さんか。それにしてはべっぴんやな。
He almost seemed to be undressing her with his eyes. Or maybe not. Perhaps I was imagining
加
things.
山さんは私が前の仕事をしている頃お世話になったんだ。大阪で社長をされている。
こんにちは。
よろしく。
しかしなんやな、立派なペンションやないか。なあ、わしも今まで脱サラしてうどん屋の蕎麦屋の始めよった人間知っとるけど、こんなしっかりやっとんな初めて見たわ。あんたら学生さんか？
Kayama turned his attention to me.
はい。
おじさん見習っときや。この人は立派な人や。ところで君、就職はもう決まったんかい？
いえ、まだ僕は。
まだか。まだやったらうちこんか。うっちゃええで。うちは実力主義やさかいな。2年目の人間が10年目より多け給料もろたり平気でしよる。
He was practically shouting by this point.
しかし。
その代わり力のないやつはいつまでたっても給料上がらへん。で、うちこんか。
I couldn't tell if he was being serious or not. This is... Just get a job that easily, huh? Sign me up.
はい。ぜひお願いします。
I fell over myself to accept. Now I wouldn't have to look for a job. But Kayama hadn't seemed to hear a word I said.
今不況や言うて騒いどるやろ。うちはな、そんなもん関係あらへん。実力のあるもんしか雇ってへんからや。うちは実力主義やさかいな。どや、うちこんか。
Kayama and Mari both looked at me with smiles on their faces, although for very different reasons.
やっぱりもう少しよく考えてみます。
I probably shouldn't be making a life-changing decision this lightly, I thought. But Kayama kept going like he hadn't heard me.
そもそもうちの会社がなんで不況に強いか、それはやな。
He was never going to shut up, was he?
ご迷惑ですよ、あなた。
I heard a woman's soft voice. When I turned, I saw the beautiful woman from earlier, the one I'd assumed was Kayama's wife. She was standing at the bottom of the stairs.
困ってらっしゃるじゃありませんか。
Yep, they are dating. They are in a relationship. She had seemed an odd pairing with Kayama from a distance, but up close the woman looked even younger than I'd originally guessed. To all appearances, Mrs. Kayama was in her mid-30s, which would make her a dozen years younger than her husband, at least.
女房の春子や。こっちは小林くんの姪御さんとそのフィアンセやさ。
Fiance. Public sentiment continued to go in my favor. Mari seemed to have lost the will to even argue the point anymore.
どうも。
こんにちは。
Haruko graced us with a smile, then sat down beside her husband.
おいしいお食事でしたわ。
お世辞じゃないでしょうね。
Despite his protests, Kobayashi seemed secretly pleased by all the praise.
お世辞だなんて
とんでもない。本当に素敵でした。
奥さんにそう言っていただけると自信がつきます。
Jeez, get a room, you two.
なんや、喉が渇いたんやけど、ビールがなんかもらえるかな。
Kayama made a point of interrupting the pair's little love fest.
ええ。じゃあ君たちも飲むか？
Kobayashi tried to smooth over any lingering tensions. Mari and I looked at each other and nodded.
じゃあちょっとだけ。
She had her thumb and forefinger a short distance apart. As for me, is it free? This is very funny.
ただですか？
I'm just gonna be the cheapskate. I had to make sure.
何よ、通るったら
Mari
でも
seemed pissed.
こういうことはきっちりしといた方が。
Suddenly, I heard the sound of something heavy falling outside the window.
あ、何か落ちたよ。
Mari laughed as I jumped in fright.
屋根の雪が落ちただけよ。
なんだ雪か。
Well, that was certainly anticlimactic. But was it really snow? As I stared suspiciously into the darkness beyond the window, I noticed lights flickering in the distance. Headlights. As they got closer, I was able to hear a motor as well. There were no other houses in the area, so this was most likely the late arriving guest. Sure enough, the noise went around to the back of the lodge and came to a stop there. Eventually, I heard footsteps on the front porch, and the sound of the door swinging open.
すいません、三木本ですが、どなたかいらっしゃいますか？
A man's voice echoed through the lodge. I'm going to take a quick snack break, so I'm muting my mic for a minute.
三木本さんですね。ようこそいらっしゃいました。
いや、一時はどうなることかと思いました。ワイパーはまるで役に立たないし、車はスタックするし。 夕食は終わりましたんですが、おにぎり程度のものならご用意できます。お作りしましょうか？ああ、いえ。途中でいろいろパクつきましたから、お腹は空いてません。何かあったかい飲み物でもいただけると嬉しいんですが。コーヒーとか紅茶みたいなものがよろしいですか？スープもできますが。それじゃあ紅茶をください。じゃあお部屋にお持ちしましょうか？それともそこの談話室で？あ、そこで結構です。そうですか。じゃあこれが鍵です。荷物を置いたらまた降りてきてください。
Taking the key from Kobayashi, Mikimoto grabbed his bags and headed upstairs. The cuckoo clock chimed once. It was 8:30 p.m.
ああ、ごめん。勝手に飲んでてくれていいよ。
With that, Kobayashi returned to the dining room once more.
ほな、お言葉に甘えて。
Kayama, Mari, and I all picked up our glass.
乾杯!
After a quick clink, I brought the glass to my lips. As for Kayama's wife, Haruka either wouldn't or couldn't drink, so she didn't join in on our toast.
こういう寒い時に部屋の中をあったこうして冷たいビール飲むのが最高の贅沢や。
Kayama grinned.
そうですね。
I was in complete agreement. The man had a point after all. A beer enjoyed in a toasty room during a snowstorm tasted way different than one you might have in the dog days of summer.
どうもこんばんは。
I heard the sound of loud footsteps coming down the stairs. Mikimoto had returned.
ありゃ、皆さんはビールですか？参っちゃうな。ここに凍えかけた人間がいるってのに。
Mikimoto seemed the friendly sort. He laughed out loud at his predicament, then sat himself down next to Mari.
ああ、三木本さん。もう降りていらしたんですか？紅茶は今入れてますから。
Kobayashi returned with a couple more beers. However, right as he finished speaking, his wife Kyoko and their employee Midori arrived with a teapot and a cup.
ハルコさんはビールダメでしたね。紅茶はいかがですか？あとミシシッピマッドケーキというのもありますけど、美味しいですよ。
Okay, so we have the two Kobayashis, the owners. Then there's this Midori person, the part-time worker. I think they're all the staff. And then we have our character and the girlfriend. That's 5. And then we got the older couple. That's 7. And we got this new person that just came in. That's 8. We got the person that looked like a detective. That's 9. I'm forgetting someone. Haruko considered Kyoko's offer for a moment, then nodded.
じゃあいただきます。
ああ、生き返るみたいだ。
Mikimoto gratefully sipped from his cup of hot tea, pausing every so often to blow on it a bit. When someone has a beard, it's usually hard to pin down how old they are. It was no different with Mikimoto. From his voice and the way he carried himself, I had him pegged for his mid-30s. Not quite middle-aged yet, I thought. But shave off that beard and I wouldn't have been surprised to discover he was the same age as me and Mari, so around 20 or so.
泊まり客はこれで全部ですか？
Mikimoto took a breath from his tea to look around the room.
いえ、あとまだ4人ほどいらっしゃいますよ。
Excuse me. 4 others. Okay, so that's the 3 girls and the other guy in the sunglasses, yeah? Kobayashi was happy to explain.
そうだ、篠崎くん。彼女たちもお茶が欲しいかもしれない。ちょっと聞いてみてくれないか。
はーい。
Midori's slippers made a flapping sound as she headed off toward the front desk.
男の方はどうされます？ちょっと怖い感じの。
She glanced back at her boss. I assume she was referring to the man from dinner, the one who'd remind me of Yakuza.
ああ、田中さんか。一応聞いてみてくれ。
私やだ。
I was scared of him.
嫌ならいいよ。人付き合いの良さそうなタイプでもなかったし。
よかった。
Midori dialed the extension for the girls'
オー
room.
ナー、飲みたいそうです。今からこっちへ来るって。
She hollered over to us as she hung up the phone.
もうちょっと丁寧な言葉遣いができんものかな。
Kobayashi gave a strained laugh. Oh. Like, how much of an asshole do you want to be? Seems to be most of these dialogue options so far.
じゃあ私はもう3人分用意してきますね。
Kyoko disappeared into the kitchen, tray in hand.
いやー、ここはえらくサービスがいいんですね。
Mikimoto shook his head in admiration.
いや、とにかく人をもてなすのが好きで始めたわけですから。
Kobayashi seemed embarrassed by the compliment. The 3 girls hurried down the stairs.
こんばんは。ちょっとかな子、押さないでよ。まだテレビ見たかったのに。
An instant later, the room was alive with chatter.
いい香り。前失礼します。だからかな子、押さないでってば。
As a little gathering increased in numbers, people started sitting on the stairs. Even so, the lounge sofas still felt crowded. This place looks so cozy. Feels pretty small too. As all this was happening, Kyoko brought in some more cups of
敏夫君に
tea.
も声をかけたんですけどね。テレビを見てるらしくて今はいらないそうです。
I wonder. I guess it doesn't let me look at the flowchart yet.
いただきます。
All 3 girls sipped from their teacups in unison. The cuckoo clock chimed the hour. So is it 9? 10? 9. As the clockwork bird fell silent, the sound of howling wind seemed to be louder than ever. All the windows rattled in their wooden frames, the heavy panes of glass threatening to shatter at any moment.
雪崩なんか起きないわよね。
Aki, the girl in glasses, seemed worried about the prospect.
やだ、縁起でもないこと言わないでよ。それでなくてもあんなことがあって気持ち悪いのに。
Kaneko was about to say something else, then gasped and covered her mouth. But the damage was already done.
あんなことって何かあった？
Sorry, hold on. What'd she gasp? What happened earlier has me freaked out. What'd she gasp? You talking about the letter, yeah? Like, Mikimoto asked this nonchalantly. I figured I'd field this one for her. Or does she just not want to bring it up in front of him? Okay. Chatting about getting snow and slowly starving to death. Oh, you know.
スープにゴキブリが入ってたんですよ。
え、本当ですか？
No, wait, that's gonna look bad for the restaurant. Oh, no. I didn't think about that.
テーブルに出す前につまみ出しといた。
Wait, excuse me? Kobayashi turned his head. The room went silent. Everyone looked utterly horrified.
嘘冗談ですよ。もう皆さん簡単に引っかかるんだから。
Kobayashi waved his hands in the air and had himself a good laugh. That's not a good joke to make. Keiko put a hand to her chest.
よかった。私スープ5杯もおかわりしちゃったから。
Sheesh, Keiko, it's not...
あのペンションの方ですか？
Tanaka looked at Mikimoto.
僕は泊まり客です。遅れたもんで夕食には間に合いませんでしたが、一応自己紹介しとこうかな。若い女性もたくさんいることだし。
Mikimoto put down his cup of tea and adopted a slightly more formal tone.
僕は三木本陽介、フリーのカメラマンをやってる。風景写真が主だけど、ヌードを撮ってほしいという人がいれば遠慮なく言ってくれればいいよ。
He laughed as he'd been only joking, maybe.
やだ、ヌードだって。
Just... If anyone has some tasteful nudes done, please don't hesitate to ask. I totally skimmed that. The girls gleefully proclaimed their shock.
恥ずかしがることないじゃないか。
Oh my god, this guy.
確かに今はみんな肌だって張りがあって綺麗だ。
Oh my
け
god.
どそのうち年を取った時に、あの綺麗な頃の写真を撮っておけばよかったって。
What is this tone? I looked over at Mari. Her face registered only disgust. Thank god.
かなちゃん、撮ってもらえば？
Keiko was poking Kanako in the ribs with her elbow.
やだ、自信ないもの。
She shook her head no, but her eyes told a different story. Thank god!
いや今のは
I need something to
俺
break
が
this
音みたいやったけ
fucking
ど
scene. Kayama gave a surprised grunt.
私ちょっと見てきます。
Kobayashi jumped to his feet and hurried down the hallway. The festive atmosphere had vanished in an instant. A few minutes later, Kobayashi returned with Toshio, who had finally emerged from his
1
room.
階には異常はないみたいだ。すみませんが皆さん、ご自分の部屋の窓が割れてないかどうか確かめてきていただけませんか。放っておいたら冷凍庫になってしまいますのでね。
It sounded bad, alright. We stood up as a group and headed to the second floor. First thing I did when we got upstairs was to check my room. I opened my door and took a quick look around, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. But just to be sure, I went inside, confirmed my windows were shut tight, then went back out to the hallway. Mari, the Kayamas, Mikimoto, and the 3 girls all emerged from their rooms as well. You didn't need to be a mind reader to know they hadn't found anything. Their faces already told the whole story. After checking the unoccupied room, Kobayashi joined us in the hallway.
皆さん、異常ありませんでしたか？とすると、 あとは一部屋しかないな。
The room with the shady guy? He stared at a closed door. It must have belonged to that Yakuza guy from earlier. Without saying a word, we all gathered around
そう
Kobayashi.
いえばあの脅迫状、もしかしたらあの人が書いたのかもね。
どういう意味？
誰かをその部屋で殺したのかも。
She dropped her voice to a whisper so soft only I could hear
ま
it.
さか。それにまだ9時過ぎだよ。あの脅迫状がいたずらじゃないとしても予告の時間は12時じゃないか。
そうだけどさ、だいたい犯行予告なんてのは捜査陣を惑わすために出すものでしょ。トール、江戸川乱歩とか読んだことあるでしょ。
お客様、田中様。
Having steeled himself, Kobayashi walked up to the door and started knocking loudly. He waited a moment, but there was no reply. If I listened carefully, I thought I could hear the sound of something being blown about by the wind inside his room.
お客さん。
Kobayashi pounded on the door even harder. Still no response.
やっぱりここで何かあったみたいです。
I had to say it. Kobayashi nodded and put his hand on the knob.
ダメだ。鍵がかかっ。
He hesitated a moment, then pulled out a room key and slid it into the keyhole. I heard the telltale click of the door
失
unlocking.
礼します。
Kobayashi said this just in case. As soon as he started to open the door, we could all tell for ourselves something was wrong in there, very wrong. Gusts of Arctic air blasted through the doorway, chilling us all to the bone. From inside the room, there came the sound of flapping curtains and something banging over and over
お
again.
客さん。
As soon as Kobayashi let go of the door, the icy wind grabbed hold of it and slammed it back against the wall. I could finally see inside. It was a twin bedroom just like my own. There were no singles in the lodge, so even solo travelers were given twins. Snow was blowing in through the open window, flakes whirling through the air like mad. The heavy curtains were flapping so wildly, I feared they'd be ripped from their rod at any moment. Snow and shards of glass littered the bed nearest the window, but there was no one in the room.
お客さん。田中さん。
Kobayashi kept shouting for Tanaka as he opened the door to the bathroom just off the entrance. There was a sound from inside the room. I turned in time to see the window, mostly just a battered wooden frame by now, blown back against the outside wall.
窓から出たんじゃないでしょうか。
なぜ？
Kobayashi asked the obvious question. It was one I didn't know the answer to. Kobayashi seemed hesitant to step deeper into the room.
調べないんですか。
I nudged Kobayashi forward. He gave a slight nod and carefully proceeded to the other side of the room. Mari and I followed close behind him while the other guests peered in from the hallway. His right hand raised to shield his face from the whipping wind and snow. Kobayashi finally reached the window. The moment he did, he froze in
なん
shock.
だ。
I cautiously approached the innkeeper, then let my gaze follow his. Uh-oh. There was a gap of a couple feet between the bed and the window. On the floor, there sat what looked like a pile of mannequin parts. A hand protruded from some black cloth. A pale white foot lay haphazardly atop it. And near a bluish-black face, there sat a familiar pair of sunglasses. There was an old children's toy, a push puppet it was called, that had strings running all through its body. When you pushed a button, the puppet went slack and collapsed into a jumble of limbs. This pile of body parts looked like that.
こりゃ死体だ。
That was early. Kobayashi cried out, seeming oblivious to the fierce wind and snow swirling around him. Mari and I just stood there silently, our eyes fixed on the grisly tableau as it slowly disappeared beneath a blanket of white. 10 minutes later, all the guests and staff of Spur Lodge were gathered in the first floor lounge. Just a quick second, folks. I just need to shut my window. I'm gonna turn off the light to do some mood setting. I'm thinking maybe I'll turn off my avatar for maximum immersion. What do you think? Yeah. I'm gonna do it. Of course, if someone wanted, they could ruin the mood of the stream at any moment, but let's see how we go. Oh, sorry, I missed that. 10 minutes later, all the guests and staff of Spur Lodge were gathered in the first floor lounge. Everyone, that is, except for the man who found dead. The only people who'd seen his body were me, Mari, and Kobayashi. Now, are we sure it's the body? We've got to be sure of that. The innkeeper had kept all the others from coming inside the room. The three of us hadn't yet had a chance to share what we'd seen. It was all we could do to sip our tea as we reined in our panic.
ねえ、いい加減何があったのか教えてくれてもいいんじゃないの?
Midori complained loudly. I looked over at Kobayashi, but he gave no sign of having hurt her. So I guess he wasn't the detective, he was the first victim, huh? I answered for him, my voice barely rising above a whisper.
死んでるんです。あそこでバラバラになって死んでるんです。
I heard someone gulp nervously.
バラバラって、それどういうこと?
Midori's voice rose sharply. It sounded like she thought this was all some sort of sick prank.
どういうことも何も。
Before I knew it, I was nearly shouting.
バラバラなんですよ。
Oops, I skipped that.
バラバラなんですよ。首も手も足もみんな切り離されてあそこに落ちてるんです。
One of the girls screamed and started to cry. When I looked over, I saw it was Aki.
田中さんとかいう人なの?
Midori's awfully calm. Midori asked me this in a frightened whisper.
そうだと思います。顔色が全然違うからよくわかんないけど。
His face was all messed up, huh?
あの人だったと思います。
So he could still be the culprit. Okay. I'm onto you, game. Midori's eyes suddenly narrowed.
それってもしかしてよくできた人形なんじゃないの? それもあの脅迫状と一緒でいたずらなんじゃないの?
人形と人間を間違えたりしませんよ。
I shuddered as I remembered seeing what looked like someone's severed arm poking out from the pile.
でもさ、映画なんかの特殊技術って最近すごいじゃない? ああいうやつなんじゃないの?
The more she talked, the less confident I felt in what I'd seen.
あれは人間だ。間違いない。血もついてた。
As Kobayashi backed up my claim, Aki cried out once more.
やっぱりあの脅迫状は本当だったのよ。私帰りたい。
そういえば僕聞いたことがあるよ。かまいたちのこと。
Mikimoto licked his lips nervously.
かまいたち。
I didn't know what he was talking about.
ああ、知ってるだろう。この辺りでは昔から何もないところで突然服が切り裂かれたり怪我をしたりすることが知られていたんだ。土地の人たちは鎌を持ったイタチのような生き物の仕業だと考えてかまいたちと呼んだ。
Mikimoto's voice fell to a whisper as he looked around the room. After a moment, Kobayashi started to snicker.
そのかまいたちのせいで田中さんはバラバラにされたというんですか? バカバカしい。
それにかまいたちって自然現象なんでしょ? 真空状態が発生して切れたりするって聞いたことがあるけど。
Mikimoto remained unconvinced.
一応そういう説明はなされてる。でも妖怪か自然現象かわからないが何かそういったことが起きるのは確かなんだ。
でも切り傷ができたり服が裂けたりするってのは聞いたことがあるけど人間がバラバラになると思えませんが。
妖怪の仕業なんだとしたらどんなことだって考えられる。そんな顔をしないでくれ。僕は別に妖怪なんて信じてるわけじゃないからね。
It's notable that he's talking about yokai here, not just monsters, but yeah, translation issues. It's hard to translate a term like yokai without just saying yokai. Spirits? Evil spirits, I guess?
自然現象だと考えてみよう。この風の音を聞いてみろよ。これほどの激しい風ならめったにできないような恐ろしい真空ができたとしても不思議じゃない。
One strong enough to shatter window panes, instantly dismembering anyone unlucky enough to be standing nearby. Could such a thing really exist? No. Plasma. Plasma. Aki, who'd been steadily looking more and more frightened, suddenly started shouting.
アキ、プラズマって何よ。
Keiko seemed confused.
よくわからないけどそうに決まってるそれだと説明がつくもの
No, it's the 5G. I'm telling you guys. The 5G radiation killed him.
じゃあ脅迫状はどうなるのよ。あれを書いたのは人間でしょ。
でも
At mention of the note, Aki looked troubled and started crying all over again.
なあ、さっきから聞いとるけど、脅迫状って一体何のことや。
Kayama seemed to have reached his limit. Kobayashi looked at me for a moment. Then, probably realizing there was no point in hiding it any longer, he began to explain about the threatening note the girls had found.
実はですね
When he was done, everyone sat there in stunned silence for a moment.
そんなことがあったんですか。
Mikimoto was the first to break the hush.
そういうことはちゃんと言うといてもらわんと。
Kayama sighed.
けど、住んでしもたことは知らない。とにかく上にあるのがほんまに死体なんやったら、はよ警察に連絡せなあかんわな。
But would you know it? The phone lines are out. Such an obvious thing, yet it hadn't occurred to me. What I'd seen in that room had been so shocking, I suppose, that it left me unable to even think straight. Kobayashi, seeming to have the same realization, turned and rushed over to the front desk phone. He snatched up the receiver and quickly had it to his ear. But a second later, he began to repeatedly click the phone hook in
ダ
irritation.
メだ何も音がしない
The phone's
電話が
dead!
通じてない
Who would have thought?
なんやて？
Kayama stood up and began to shout.
それは困るで。
多分どこかで電話線が切れたんでしょう
Kobayashi glared at the silent receiver in his hand. We couldn't use the phone. It took a while for the implications of that fact to really sink in. Without a working phone, we wouldn't be able to contact the police until the following day, unless this blizzard stopped. Even worse, there was no way we could leave. Kayama suddenly burst out laughing.
そうや。わし携帯電話があるんや。あれを使ったらええわ。
Okay, so like, oh, this is modern enough. Like, I guess it was set in the year it was made. What's that? 1986? No, 1996, was it? Is that what it said? That sounds about right. It's 1994. One of those two. Anyway, cell phones exist. So we're good. How are they going to stop this one?
無駄ですよ加山さんこの辺りは電波
Ah, it's out of range.
使えません
Ah, unlucky.
そうしたら一体どないしたらええんや。人殺しがこの辺うろついてるっちゅうのに。
Killer. That one word left us all feeling suddenly unmoored. We'd been so distracted by the strange state of the body that we'd started yelling about nonsense like plasma and Kamaitachi. We'd lost sight of the fact that this was probably a murder. No, perhaps we were deliberately choosing not to think about it. Regardless, there was no way it could have been an accident or suicide. The natural assumption then was that it was murder. Someone had killed Tanaka and dismembered the body. And Karma's right. Given the blizzard outside, the culprit was probably still somewhere in the vicinity. One second.
この天気で山を降りることはできると思いますか？
Both Kobayashi and Toshio immediately shook their heads.
無理だろ。
Toshio was the first to
さっ
answer.
き三木本さんがたどり着いたのだって奇跡みたいなもんだよ。歩いて降りたら途中で投資。車だったら運が良くて立ち往生。運が悪ければ沢に転落しかねない。
じゃあ犯人はこのペンションの中に隠れようとするんじゃないでしょうか。生き延びるためにはそれしかないでしょう。
Everyone gasped. Even Aki, who'd been sobbing this whole time, stopped long enough to let fear register on her face. Toshio stood up
じゃ
angrily.
あ、じゃあ何か？死体をバラバラに切り刻んだようなやつと一晩過ごすことになるってのか？冗談じゃない。
そりゃそうや。人殺しがおるかもしれんちゅうのに安心して眠れるわけあらへん。
Kayama seemed to agree.
なんとかってどうするんです？
Kobayashi was at a loss.
そら捕まえるしかないやろ。警察に来てもらえん以上自分らで捕まえなしゃあないやないか。
So I'm trying to think about it now. So, like, this is obviously a locked room murder, kind of. The door was locked. Only what's-his-face was in the room. Tanaka, was it? And then we heard a window smash, and we found the body chopped up. So, someone... There's a few ways that could pan out. Either way, the killer definitely escaped through the window. That seems to be, like, pretty self-evident. And I think you could. Like, it's only your second story. No reason you can't jump out the window. We don't know whether that body belonged to what's-his-face Yakuza dude or not. Because the face was messed up, that is a huge red flag to me telling me that no, that's not him. So, right now, my current running theory, and I know it's like, maybe I'm like cheating a bit because I've, you know, I've experienced other mysteries and stuff that's inspired by this game, right? But yeah, that really feels to me like, okay, this is exactly what happened in Umineko episode 1. The killer faked their own death, and the corpse belongs to unknown person X, we'll say, and Yakuza dude is on the loose. He escaped out the window and is somewhere. Supposedly you can't survive in that snowstorm, so where they actually are is a good question. Is there somewhere outside that they could hide? Or are they inside? Or did they get back inside the house? So I don't know. Could it be someone else we know, though? Like, that would probably be more interesting. Okay, let's continue.
ちょっと待ってください。
Mikimoto's feeble objection was utterly at odds with his burly appearance.
人を殺してその死体をバラバラにするような凶悪な人殺しですよ。下手に手を出すよりここでみんなでじっとしてた方がよくありませんか？これだけ人数がいればどんな凶悪犯だって手出しはできないでしょうし。
This is true.
ほんならあんたこのままここでずっと起きとけっちゅうんかいな。寝とる間に皆殺しにされてしまうかもしれんのやで。
You keep someone awake in shifts, you doofus. Kama didn't pull any punches. The three girls ended up looking more terrified than ever. I quickly jumped in.
どんなひどいやつでもそこまではしないでしょう。まあ戸締まりだけはしっかりしておく必要があると思いますけど。
戸締まりちゅうたってもう中に入り込んどったらしゃあないやないかい。
まさか一体いつどこから入ったって言うんです？
Kobayashi seemed so unsettled by the thought that he began to shout.
そんなことはわしが知るかい。じゃけど現に人一人殺しとるやないか。わしら気づかんうちに入ってきたちゅうことやろ。
Kayama is innocent. Nobody with an Osaka accent could be a murderer. Even if he's like a CEO of a company. This guy's innocent. I'm saying it now.
でも
I mean, Kobayashi has keys, right? So maybe that'll factor in.
せや窓が割れとったやろ。窓から入ってきたんとちゃうか。 裏手はあんまし除雪しとらんから、2階の窓から入るにもそんなに難しいことないんとちゃうかな。
だとしても犯人はまた窓から外へ逃げたんじゃないですか。だってドアの鍵はかかったままだったし。
I say what I thought to be obvious.
そんなことわかるかいな。ここのドアは押しボタン式の鍵やで。入ってきた窓でもその後はドアのボタンを押して閉めたら済むことや。2階の空き部屋に隠れることも、わしらが2階に行っとる前に下に降りることもできたかもしれん。
Why didn't they do that? Kayama's right about the door. You only had to push the button from the inside to lock it. And the doors of the Spur Lodge, all the doors in Spur Lodge were like that. Okay, important detail. So the fact that Tanaka's door was locked didn't mean anything. But then again, we checked all the rooms on the second floor, and it was hard to imagine the killer being able to make it downstairs without at least one of us catching sight of them in the hallway.
何にしてもみんな何か武器になるものを持った方がいいんじゃないかしら。
Mari, who'd been deathly pale and silent up till now, finally spoke. I was shocked to hear her be the one to suggest it.
そら言えてるわ。いざっちゅう時のためやな。
早速用意しよう。
Everyone agreed on a course of action. But of course, there were no actual weapons in a ski lodge like this. In the end, all we managed to scrounge up were some ski poles, a paring knife, and a couple of old mop handles. Just 1 second. We decided the bigger kitchen knives were more dangerous than they were worth, so we left with only this meager arsenal. It wasn't much to work with.
何人かでチーム組んでしらみつぶしに調べるんや。ベッドの下、クローゼットの中、バスタブ、どこに隠れとる
I've
か
just
わ
been
からへんや
ignoring
で。
I've been ignoring Toshio in my like count of people for some reason. I don't know why. It's just he's forgettable, I guess. So there's 10 people, or maybe 9, maybe 11, but 10 known characters. Oh, there's a menu down here. Hold on. Oh. I would like to see the flowchart. Oop, no, come back. Oh shit, well, we're quite a ways in. Every one of these choices seems to have a branch. That's interesting. I'm sure not all of them matter. This is a pretty straight line, so like... yeah. I doubt there's too much variance, but who knows. In no time at all, Kayama had taken complete command of the situation. That made sense, I suppose. He was the president of a company after all. There were 5 men total. Me, Mikimoto, Kobayashi, Kayama, Toshio. And that was it. While the men searched, the women would stay here and hold down the fort. It felt like we were all going off to war.
気をつけてね。
Those 2 words from Mario were enough to give me courage.
どこから手をつけるのがいいかな。
Kobayashi asked this of no one in particular. I said. Hold on. So he wants to start searching. You start with the first floor. You do that, then you go up.
1階から調べましょう。
Yeah, because then they have nowhere to hide. If they're on the second floor, while we're searching the first floor, like, if you plat it out right, they can only escape through a window. If they're on the first floor and we search a second floor, then they can just escape out the door or whatever. Yeah, I guess this makes sense. Other than the lounge, the first floor consists of the following: the dining room and kitchen, the staff bedrooms used mainly by Midori and Toshio, Mr. and Mrs. Kobayashi's private quarters, and a drying room for wet clothes and ski equipment. We decided to search them one by one. Kobayashi grabbed the knob of the first door while Mikimoto and I readied our makeshift weapons.
いいか。開けるぞ。
When Mikimoto and I nodded, Kobayashi threw open the door and ducked behind the frame. We charged into the room, our weapons at the ready. We followed the same procedure for all the other rooms, searching each from top to bottom, even looking under the beds. Mikimoto and I were the only ones to enter, the rationale being that if we all went inside, someone might be able to sneak down the hall unseen. Yes. Correct. Good. I was terrified at first, but the more we searched, the braver I felt. The same seemed to hold true for Mikimoto, but before long he'd gotten a little of his color back.
どんな奴が出てきても
It's a very
5人もいれば大丈夫ですよね。
it's a very small like area too. We're not dealing with like Uminako's huge mansion of like unknown number of rooms and all that. This is like if you just had the guest house in Uminako as the entire setting. And yeah, that makes it a bit more of a puzzle, I think, with the logistics of how the killer moves around. And I like that. There's not really any room for like secret passageways either. Theoretically, seems unlikely. Just a pretty humble like house.
そうだよ。5人もいるんだから。
There was no sign of anyone downstairs. They left the second floor. On one hand, being close to the scene of the crime made it inherently more dangerous. But on the other, we'd all started thinking it less and less probable that the killer was still in the lodge. Where would they go, though? That's what I want to know. So, like the start of our search, I felt relatively relaxed as we climbed the stairs to the second floor.
わしはこう見えてもな、高校時代は柔道やっとったんや。もし犯人が出てきやったら、一本強いから抑え込んで、グーの根も出んようにしたるわい。
Kayama had sure picked a convenient time to start being brave. I fought back the urge to suggest he take the lead then. Once we were all upstairs, we searched each of the guest quarters, just as we had the downstairs rooms. But we didn't find even a single mouse hiding under a bed, or in any of the closets for that matter.
小林君、あのドアは何や？
Kayama pointed to the end of the
あれ
hallway.
は掃除用具なんかを入れてある物置です。人間は隠れられないこともないですが。
As we approached, we suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from within. Ooh. We froze in our tracks. Mikimoto looked at me, his eyes wide with fear. Did you hear that? That was the unspoken question on his face. I gulped nervously, then nodded. My palms were sweating as I tightened my grip on the ski pole. Kobayashi put his hand on the door handle, then looked around at everyone. Mikimoto, Toshio, and I were all shoulder to shoulder. Kayama stood a few feet behind us. The four of us nodded in unison. Right at that moment, there was a loud thud, the door swung open, and a black shadow jumped out at us. Cat!
猫だ。
It's just a cat.
ありゃジェニーだ。こんなとこにいたのか。
Toshio explained to the
ジェ
group.
ニ
ここで飼ってる猫だよ。見かけないからどこに行ったのかと思ってたんだ。こんなとこに入り込んでたとはね。
Funnily enough, I knew this would happen because I've seen this scene in the original sound novel on Super Famicom. And it is making me miss that version of the game. I'm going to be completely honest. Because, like, this scene is, like, a bit of a, like, selling point of the game. Like, it uses, like, actual animations to show the cat, like, just jumping out from the closet and running across the screen. Through, like, a silhouette of a cat. And, like, that's so much more dynamic than just a cat sprite just showing up on screen. Obviously, animating a cat jumping out of a room is a lot more difficult when it's not just a silhouette. But this speaks to the strengths of using that limited graphic style to convey dynamic action. And it's making me wish I was playing that version because that's such a cool way of presenting it. What the heck? I actually really am upset that we don't have an English translation of the original version now. I wish we were playing that. Remakes sometimes just you're adapting a game to modern taste, but you're really killing what made the original so unique presentation wise. I'm a little bit bummed now, man. Anyway, maybe someday someone will release an English patch for that version of the game. Maybe we can go back and just do a little side-by-side comparison when we finish stream. See how it compares, even if we can't really read it. I asked, what do you say? In your interest? I asked Kobayashi this on our way back to the lounge.
あとはワイン蔵だけだけど、あそこは鍵がかかってるからね。
Kobayashi had thought for a moment before answering.
なんや、結局おらんかったっちゅうことか。残念やな。せっかくわしの地獄車をお見舞いしたろ思っとったのに。
Kama blustered his way through yet another boast. As usual, the man was all talk and no action. When we got back to the lounge again, we found Kyoko had brewed fresh coffee for everyone.
誰もいなかったのね。
Mario was able to guess from the looks on our faces.
結局、外に逃げたっていうことなのかしら。
だろうね。
Toshio sounded convinced. But where would they go? I don't know, maybe you could hide in a car or something. The other's expressions reflected a curious mix of anxiety and relief. That was only natural, of course, but we seemed to be out of danger for now. We couldn't be sure that someone wasn't still lurking in the shadows. Or it could be one of you folks. Even if the killer wasn't here right now, they could still come sneaking in during the dead of night. No matter how well we secured the doors, getting in would be as easy as breaking another window. Wait a minute. Something suddenly occurred to me. From the very beginning, we'd assumed the killer got into the lodge through the broken window. But was that really true? Wait. Hold on, this is important. Could the killer have snuck into the lodge earlier than we thought? I mean, I was thinking that. I was thinking probably if there is another mysterious killer X, they could be hiding in the room the whole time. Or the victim could be hiding in the room the whole time. I don't know. But I realized there was one person among us who had no alibi. One person? Who? Who? I don't know where this is going, but we're gonna click it. That's right, the one person who hadn't been in the lounge when we heard the window break. Shit. Who was in the lounge then? I mean, Yakuza guy, but we're assuming that's a victim. Who else? The owner's wife? Oh no, it's Toshio. He could have killed Tanaka. It was Tanaka. Okay. This is one I was forgetting the most. That's pretty funny. Yeah. Just an affable college student who loved skiing. Was that all a front?
どうした
Toshio caught me looking at him.
ああ、砂糖か。悪い悪い。
Toshio passed the sugar bowl my way.
どうも。
I had no choice but to take it and spoon some sugar into my own coffee. Apparently, he misunderstood the meaning behind my glance. Could this good-natured college kid really be a cold-blooded killer? No. Regardless of the circumstances, I couldn't imagine Toshio murdering someone and hacking their body to pieces. I could, but anyway. No, the killer must have escaped outside. That's all there was to it. Just a hardened criminal with zero relation to anyone here in the lodge. Tanaka, the dead guy, must have been a Yakuza or something after all. And he'd ended up getting murdered by another Yakuza. Or so I tried to convince myself. Kobayashi suddenly jumped to his
どう
feet.
かしましたか？
He seemed agitated.
外を調べてくる。
外？どうしてです？
何か痕跡があるかもしれないじゃないか。足跡とか
I mean,
タイヤ
yeah.
の跡とか。
Footprints probably might be snowed over? I don't know. Toshio shook his
そん
head.
なのあったとしたってこの雪じゃとっくに消えてますよ。
そりゃそうだが、殺人犯がここに戻ってくるかもしれんというのに、何もしないでいるわけにもいかんじゃないか。
Kobayashi could barely contain his concern.
僕も一緒に行きます。
I stood up.
加山さんも行きますよね。外で犯人に出くわしたら地獄車をかけてくれるんでしょ？
Hold on, that's leaving. Barely hit the sarcasm in my voice as I put Kayama on the spot. He started stammering in response.
そうやな。けど外は寒いやろ。わし寒いの苦手なんや。もし見つけたら中に追い込
This
んでく
guy
れ。
sucked. When it came to getting out of doing things, this guy was a regular Houdini. And for that matter, I was pretty sure there was no such thing in judo as screeching eagle throw. In the end, it was just me, Kobayashi, Mikimoto, and Toshio venturing outside. Okay, they're taking Toshio with. Kobayashi's the owner. Mikimoto's the guy who, came late. And Toshio is the Chad. We went to our rooms to bundle up, then regrouped at the front door 5 minutes later. We put on our boots, grabbed our weapons, and set out. The moment we opened the door, we were blasted by fierce snow and razor-like wind. I quickly pulled on my hood and tightened the drawstrings.
右と左からぐるっと一回りしよう。
Kobayashi had to shout to be heard over the howling wind.
トール君と私は時計回りに、トシオ君と三木本さんは反対回り。
We all nodded. The moment we stepped off the front porch, we found ourselves thrust into an icy whiteout. Okay, Mikimoto and Toshio are living together. I need to pay attention to that. We split into 2 groups and started trudging through the snow that was already up to our knees.
離れ離れになるんじゃないぞ。
Kobayashi shouted admonitions into the air as the other group vanished into the blizzard. But the sound of the storm soon swallowed up his words entirely. Even though I'd cinched my hood and was staring down the ground, the brutal wind still clawed at my face without mercy.
何もこれじゃ何も見えませんよ。
I braced myself and tried looking straight into the storm, with a swirling wall of white made it impossible to see more than a few feet ahead of me. My fingers, wrapped around the ski pole, were already starting to freeze. This, despite my thick ski
小
gloves.
林さん、小林さん。
Realizing I'd lost sight of the old man, I started to shout in panic. But no matter where I looked, it was just snow, snow, and more snow. I couldn't even see the outline of the lodge anymore. Everything was all turned about. I kept walking to the right, more or less, but no matter how far I marched, there was no sign I was still headed in the correct direction. Only more swirling snow.
どこですか？
My voice trailed off in fear. My windburned cheeks, meanwhile, were quickly starting to go numb. I decided to keep going forward, but no matter how far I walked, all I could see was snow. I felt like sinking into a soft feather bed. The strange sensation, freezing cold, yet also so very warm. Oh shit, we're about to die. If I hadn't heard someone shouting just then, I might have drifted off to
トール
sleep.
君、トール君、
Maybe not.
こっちだ。
Kobayashi's shouts overcame the roar of wind to reach my drowsy ears. I floundered about in the snow, rolling this way and that, until I was finally able to regain my footing. My head felt like it was about to split open. As I looked up, I saw the wall of Spur Lodge looming there before me. I hadn't been attacked after all. No, I'd run headlong into this wall like a total idiot. Even as I cursed my clumsiness, a wave of relief washed
トール
over
君、
me.
どこだ。トール君。
I'd heard but the voice calling my name again. I shouted back and started walking along the wall. I noticed the wind wasn't nearly as bad as before. The lodge appeared to be providing some much-needed shelter from the storm. Despite that, marching through the snow remained tough work. My hands and feet were going numb from the cold. Not only that, but sweat was starting to trickle down my back and my breathing was growing labored. I finally arrived at the rear of the building. As I turned the corner, I caught sight of Kobayashi's back. I called out his name as I approached. Mikimoto lay sprawled at Kobayashi's feet. Well, that's not good. And Toshio was struggling to pick him up. Down the ground, Mikimoto groaned. I could see something red steaming from his temple. Blood. Oh my god. Toshio quickly explained the situation. Even as I asked it, I realized how stupid my question was. It had been Tanaka's killer, of course. Toshio muttered to himself in frustration. Kobayashi didn't seem to be blaming Toshio, though. After all, he and I had also gone separated from one another. In fact, given the circumstances, it was almost unavoidable. I shielded my face from the wind and took a closer look at the scene. The snow nearest Mikimoto was in disarray. It seemed like there had been a struggle of some sort, but it was hard to tell if there were any footprints. Indeed, the falling snow was covering up our snow tracks as soon as we made them. Toshio bit his lip in frustration as he glared off into the white void. But wait, who in their right mind would try to escape into a blizzard? I was suddenly struck by a horrible realization. What if there was no one else here on this mountain? What if it was just us? Could Toshio have been the one who attacked Mikimoto? Maybe he'd lied about getting here too late. Maybe he'd snuck up behind Mikimoto and clubbed him with his mop handle. Come on, let's get started. Kobayashi gathered up our makeshift weapons while I grabbed Mikimoto's legs and Toshio lifted him up by the shoulders. It was heavier than I thought it'd be. Could we really manage to carry him back? We'd had a hard enough time just walking out here unencumbered. I anxiously tried steering us in the direction I'd just come from. Kobayashi shouted at me. The lodge had a back door, apparently. That was a relief. But still, it was hard to even go a few steps in the deepening snow, especially while carrying someone as big as the unconscious Mikimoto. We hadn't gone more than 30 feet when my shoulders started to feel like they were going to rip right out of their sockets. Toshio, gritting his teeth, seemed to be in similar straits. Eventually, we came to a halt. Kobayashi rang a bell. I couldn't see anything, but I assumed we were at the back door. Hurry, I thought. Hurry and open up already. I waited there anxiously until the door swung open. We looked like a bunch of snowmen by the time we finally dragged ourselves inside. Kyoko was standing there, her hand raised to her mouth in shock. That was all Kobayashi could manage to squeeze out between gasps of air. For a moment, Kyoko seemed paralyzed by fear. Then, seeing that Mikimoto was bleeding, she snapped out of it and yelled down the hallway. Midori rushed into the room, and she and the Kobayashis worked to maneuver Mikimoto all the way inside the lodge. Toshio, meanwhile, closed the door we'd just come through. And me, I just lay there on the floor, utterly exhausted. Toshio's like awfully suspicious right now. If I were betting envy, I would say it's probably him that's the murderer. But the fact that they're leading in so much to it makes me think it's got to be a red herring. Right? Sorry, you never drifted away. But you would know, I thought, wouldn't you? I fought the urge to confront him directly.
でも、さっきのところ、ちょうど死体のあった部屋の外だっただろう。田中って客を殺した奴が窓から逃げたとしても、それからずっとあそこにいたってのか。
Right. That was true. But I was no longer willing to trust anything Toshio said.
たまたま何かの理由があって戻ってきたところだったのかもしれませんよ。ほら、犯人は現場に戻るってよく言うじゃないですか。
I blew out the first thing that came into my head. But much to my surprise, Toshio seemed to enthusiastically embrace the suggestion.
それだよ。犯人はあそこに戻ってきたんだよ。
It's so dumb.
もしかしたら何か証拠を残していったことに気がついて。
What was Toshio saying? Wasn't he the one who'd attacked Mikimoto in the first place? Was the killer still out there? Maybe it was someone other than Toshio. Kobayashi? He'd also had the opportunity to attack Mikimoto. I guess it's true, yeah, that's true, that's true. I'm not considering that possibility enough. The innkeeper could have hurried off, leaving me alone in the snow that assaulted the larger man unawares. But even if Kobayashi had attacked Mikimoto, he couldn't have been the one to kill Tanaka. When the murder took place, Kobayashi had been downstairs in the lounge with us. Assuming Toshio wasn't the culprit either, it's possible the killer escaped through the window after all. But this was all just speculation at this point. Once Mikimoto woke, we'd probably be able to clear some things up, like who attacked him, and the details of what happened. Even if Mikimoto hadn't seen the killer's face, he still might be able to provide us with some clues. I suppose, like, well, we don't know motive, but let's assume the motive is murder everyone for some reason. Why not just kill him? Why only injure him? Did they try to kill and fail? Or were they about to finish the job and they got spotted? I guess could be either of those. But no.
とにかく部屋に戻るか。
Toshio stood up.
どうだい？立てるか？
He reached out his hand to me.
どうも。
I hesitated for a moment, then took Toshio's hand and let him help me up. Once I was safely on my feet, he turned and walked off. I waited until he disappeared into his room, then made my way to the lounge. I couldn't bring myself to turn my back on someone who might be the killer. When I arrived at the lounge, I saw that only Haruko and Mari were still waiting there.
他の人たちは。
加山さんはトールたちが出て行った後、部屋に戻ったわ。何でも携帯電話をもう一度試してみたいと。それと、かなこさんたちはトイレに行きたいって。
3人一緒に？
ええ。あと、みどりさんはおじさんたちと一緒に三木本さんを部屋へ連れて行ったわ。
ああ、それは知ってるよ。
I suddenly noticed that my clothes were soaked through with melting
ちょっ
snow.
と着替えてくるね。
With that, I headed upstairs.
あ、加山さん。
Once I was done changing my clothes, I stepped out into the hallway and saw Kayama there.
おう、君かいな。ご苦労さんやったな。
電話どうでした？
電話？おお、携帯電話かいな。あかんあかん。やっぱりあかんわ。小林君の言うた通りや。
What the fuck is that noise? Oh, is that just them going down the stairs? That was a very loud, creaky stairs. Oh my god. Anyway, I just wanted to point out, Kayama, there's something sus going on here.
おう、君かいな。ご苦労さんやったな。
What's you? How to go off your phone? Phone? Oh, you mean my mobile? Like, that's such a weird reaction. That's like he got caught out doing something. Damn it. No, I can't doubt. I already said he's not the culprit. I don't think he can be, but that's just, there's something going on there. Something going on. Mari and Haruko were still alone in the lounge when I returned. I suppose the others had their hands full in Mikimoto's room.
よっこいしょ。
Grandma came in and plopped himself down on the sofa. Thinking it'd be too crowded if I joined him there, I found myself a seat on the stairs
それ
instead.
で、どないやったんや、外の様子は。
Karma, having been in his room this whole time, seemed blissfully unaware of what had
そ
happened.
れどころじゃないんです。三木本さんが誰かに襲われたんですよ。
なんやて？
Kayama's eyebrows shot up in surprise.
誰かって誰やねん。もう逃げたんかい。
ええ、それが誰も見てないんです。三木本さんしか。
Mari and Haruko were listening to our conversation with obvious concern.
それで、怪我はひどいんか。それとも。
Kayama couldn't bring himself to finish the thought. Or is he dead?
わかりません。
I don't know.
今、小林さんやみどりさんが手当てをしてくれているはずですけど。
まさかわしらを一人ずつ順番に殺していこうっちゅうわけやないやろな。
The old guy was getting wound up again. The women's faces quickly clouded over.
そうかもしれませんね。
I couldn't help trembling.
トール、加山さんも。
Mari scolded both of us.
めったなこと言わないでください。殺人鬼じゃあるまいし、なんでそんなひどいことを。
But Kayama wasn't backing down.
そやけどみんな殺しといたら吹雪が止むのをこの中でのんびり待てるやないか。おまけに警察に通報するやつもおらへんようになるんやから逃げる方法がってゆっくり考えられるかな。
そんなのってひどすぎる。
Mari's face was knotted up with fear. As much as I wanted to deny it, there was disturbing logic to what Kayama was suggesting. No matter how you looked at it, the killer would have to be suicidal to try escaping in this blizzard. Instead, it made more sense for them to hole up somewhere and wait for one of us to venture outside. Mikimoto may have been targeted for no other reason than that. As far as the killer was concerned, Mikimoto was just a target of opportunity. And so he ended up getting attacked. Simple as that. I gradually found myself coming around to Kayama's way of thinking. But I didn't want to frighten Mari any more than she already was. So I kept my response non-committal.
まだそうと決まったわけじゃないよ。それに、たとえそうだとしても、僕たちが外へ出ない限り大丈夫さ。なるべく一緒にいて、一人にならないようにしていれば。
But Mari wasn't buying it.
そんなこと言ったって電話は通じないし、外に出ないでどうやって助けを呼ぶの？
とにかく朝まで持ちこたえれば大丈夫さ。あの寒さの中、朝まで生きていられるわけがない。
だったらなおさら死に物狂いで襲ってくるんじゃないの？
それは。
All my attempts to reassure Mari had ended up backfiring on me. Just then, Mr. and Mrs. Kobayashi came down the stairs.
あ、小林さん、どうですか？あの人の具合。
一応意識は戻った。でも
His face looked grim. Are things really that bad?
何も見てないそうなんだ。いきなりガツンとやられたらしくてね。
It is weird. Kobayashi's worried look wasn't because of Mikimoto's condition. It's because our victim could identify his attacker.
それでもう
どうかな。めまいがすると言ってたから脳震盪を起こしてる可能性もあるだろうが。
Then he shook his head.
しかしそれは医者じゃなきゃわからんことだしな。少なくとも頭蓋骨が割れたりなんてことはなさそうだが。
頭のどの辺を殴られてたの？
The back.
どの辺って右のこめかみのあたり
Right
だな。
temple.
それがどうかしたか。
Mari began to think aloud.
右のこめかみを後ろから殴られたわけね。ということは犯人は右。
Oh, that's a good deduction. Way to think of that. She's a little detective.
待てよ。後ろからとは限らないよ。
Because if he was, Toshio would once again be my prime
あ
suspect.
ら、だって犯人を見てないんでしょ？だったら後ろからに決まってるじゃない。
マリは外の風紀の凄さを知らないからそんなこと言うのさ。顔を上げてるのも大変だし、一歩先だって見えないんだから。
それにしたって前に立ってたら殴られる前に気づくわよ。やっぱり後ろからなんじゃない？
As we were talking, Toshio came over and joined our little group. Flustered by his arrival, I tried to respond to Mari's point.
前じゃなくても横からかもしれないし、上からかもしれないさ。
Above? I'd just been shooting from the hip there, but something about that idea set me to thinking. Not only been part of our early conversation, Toshio settled into the sofa with an innocent look on his face.
オーナー、三木本さんの怪我の具合は？
素人目には大したことなさそうだが、脳内出血でもしてたら翌朝ぽっくりってなことになりかねんから。
で、犯人の顔は？
見てないそうだ。
Toshio seemed relieved. Was that just my imagination? Yeah, they're really laying on the suspicion thick right now.
そうか。でもこれから犯人はどんな行動に出るか分かったもんじゃない。みんなできるだけ一緒にいた方が。あれ
Toshio suddenly stopped mid-sentence and looked around the room.
女の子たちは緑さんも見えないみたいだけど。
篠崎くんは先に降りてきたと思ったんだが。
Kobayashi seemed puzzled by Midori's absence.
しかし女の子たちもトイレに行っただけにしては遅すぎるな。3人もいるんだからめったなことはないと思うが。
緑さんは降りてきてないわよ。まだ上にいるんじゃないの？
Mari answered Kobayashi's earlier question. She'd been in the lounge this whole time, so she would know better than anyone.
まだ降りてこない。まさか死体のある部屋に行ったんじゃ。
Kobayashi's face began to darken.
死体のある部屋？どうしてそんなところへ？
何か気になることがあると言ってたんだ。見るようなもんじゃないからやめとけって止めたんだが。
呼んできますよ。
I tried not to let it show, but secretly I was in a state of panic. Could I really let him go upstairs by himself? But conversely, I didn't really want to be alone up there with him. What should I do, I wondered.
私が行くわ。彼女たち寝てるのかもしれないし。
As I waffled, Mari stepped up and took action. What a relief. But then I quickly found myself on the horns of another dilemma. Should I go with Mari, or should I stay down here and keep an eye on Toshio? Mari didn't leave me any time for hesitation, however. Before I knew it, she was already on her way upstairs. A horrible thought suddenly occurred to me. The killer might be worried that Mikimoto saw their face during the attack. What if they came back to finish him off? And Mari just happened to end up in the wrong place at the wrong time. She was in terrible danger.
Mari!
どうしたんだ、トール君。
It wasn't until Kobayashi asked this question that I realized I'd leapt to my feet.
いえ。
As I debated whether or not to go check on her, Mari came back down the stairs.
どうした？
それがね、彼女たち、3人だけでいる方がいいっていうのよ。
Fair enough.
どういう意味だ？信用できないってのは。
That's probably the smart thing to do, yeah. Kobayashi seemed taken aback. Mari answered him with some difficulty.
つまり、私たちの誰かが人殺しかもしれない。そう思ってるらしいの。
Spooky music. Haruka and the Kobayashis were the only ones who appeared shocked by this news. Everyone else at least entertained the notion, it seemed.
バカバカしい。なんで見ず知らずの人間を殺したりするんだ。
Kobayashi almost spat the words into the air.
見ず知らずかどうかなんでわかるんや。
加山さん、あなたまさか。
ちゃうちゃう、わしがやったんやないで。けど君にしろわしにしろ他のもんにしてもあいつと知り合いやなかったっちゅう証拠はないやろ。もしかしたらこん中の誰かはあいつをよう知っとったかもしれん。
Kobayashi backed into a corner, looked at each of us in turn.
君たちもそんな風に考えてたのか。犯人は外に逃げたんじゃなくて、この中に、私たちの中にいるかもしれないなんて考えてたのか？
Among us. I nodded, trying not to look at Toshio. Kobayashi clearly couldn't bring himself to accept that possibility.
しかしそんなことはありえない。だって考えてもみたまえ。一体この中の誰にあんなことをする機会があった？人を殺し、あんな風にバラバラにするのに一体どれくらい時間がかかると思う？
It is. Yeah. I suppose there is a lot of work. Unless the corpse was prepared beforehand and just placed in the room. Like killed outside or something. I don't know. you really do that in 10 minutes? Maybe if you're a professional. And you have access to like special tools, but I don't want to discount the possibility, but for most people, I would say 30 minutes.
30分もあればなんとかなるんじゃないですか。
I gave it some thought before answering, but even that moment was more than I'd want to spend imagining the deed.
手際が良ければそんなものかもしれない。
Kobayashi nodded.
夕食後そんな暇のあった人間がいるかね。篠崎くんや敏夫くん、私や京子は当然片付けやなんかの仕事があったし、君たちのほとんどはここにいたはずだ。
Toshio had been missing in action when the window shattered. That was why I'd begun to suspect him in the first place. But now that I really thought about it, he hadn't been gone long enough to hack a person onto pieces. Dinner had ended around 8 o'clock if I remember correctly. It's about 9:30 now, I guess. When I exited the dining room, Kanako and the other two girls were raising a stink about that threatening note. Then the Kayamas had come downstairs and joined the girls and the Kobayashis. Mikimoto had arrived after dinner, around 8:30 p.m. or so. From that point on, everyone except Toshio had been here in the lounge until the incident occurred. That still gave him a narrow window in which he could have committed the crime, but I dare say what I was thinking. Oh, I suddenly realized we'd all been overlooking something obvious.
ちょっと待ってください。小林さんは今中にいる人間には死体をバラバラにするような時間はなかったと言いましたよね。じゃあ犯人は一体いつ犯行を行ったというんです。犯人は一体いつこのペンションの中に入り、いつ田中さんを殺したというんです。
いつだってそんなこと知らんよ。
Kobayashi had a confused look on his
じゃあ
face.
時間は別としてどこから入ったというんです。窓なんかはちゃんと閉まってた。正規の入り口から入ってくれば誰かの目に留まったでしょ。
I mean, assuming they could have been one of us, right? I don't know.
2階の窓を割って入ったんじゃないの？
ガラスの割れる音が聞こえたのは死体を発見する直前ですよ。僕たちがあの部屋に踏み込むまでせいぜい15分くらいしかかかってません。
Wait, we heard glass breaking shortly before we found the body, correct? And it took us maybe 15 minutes from that point until we entered the... What? Is this translated right? They waited 15 minutes after hearing the glass breaking to enter the room? That can't be right. We heard glass breaking shortly before we found the body. And it took us maybe 15 minutes from that point until we entered the room. What? 15 minutes? What were you doing? What? That's not right. That seemed instant.
いくらなんでもその間に死体をバラバラにするなんてできるわけがありません。
That confuses me, but okay.
それもそうね。
We're reaching the same conclusion, though. So I'll let it go.
割らずに？
I wasn't quite sure what Kyoko was getting at.
あの人が窓を開けて中に入れたのかもしれないわ。田中さんが。
The victim had let his own killer inside? It was an implausible idea to be sure, but not an impossible one. There was a good chance Tanaka and his killer had known one another after all, and if he hadn't realized his life was in danger, Tanaka might very well have done what Kyoko was suggesting. If Tanaka had been sneaking someone in through his bedroom window, I thought they might have been up to some shady business together. If that business had turned sour?
それだといつ入ったんだとしてもおかしくないな。夕食後でも前でも食事を終えて戻ってきた田中さんを 殺してバラバラにする時間は十分あったってことになるわけだ。
Toshio sounded somewhat relieved. I wondered if he'd known he was the prime suspect.
そういえば
Toshio's eyes darted around the room as he just remembered something.
みどりさんはどうしたんだ。
Yeah, where is she? Kind of forgot about it, didn't we? Mari brought a hand to her mouth. She quickly stood up.
忘れてたけど、みどりさん見当たらないの。
You could what?
死体の部屋にはちょっと入る気がしなくて、呼んでは見たんだけど、返事がないの。
What the fuck, Mari? That's the first thing you mention. Someone's missing? And it's like, oh, I forgot to mention. What? I'm suspicious of you now. That is an incredibly suspicious thing to do. What the fuck? Huh? What? Mari.
犯人が2階の窓から入ったんだとしたら、また同じようにする可能性はありますよね。ガラスはもう割れてるんだし。
Excuse me. My voice dropped to a whisper. Kobayashi seemed stunned by what I just suggested.
まさか篠崎君。
そらちゃんと捜索した方がええで。あやせんとバラバラにされてしまいよるかもしれん。
Kayama, as usual, didn't know when to shut up.
縁起でもないこと言わないでください。
Kobayashi was understandably upset with Kayama.
でも本当早く見つけて一緒になるに越したことはないですよ。女の子たちもね。
Toshio urged everyone into action. And for once, I was in complete agreement with
み
him.
んなで探しに行きましょう。離れ離れにならないようにして。
Kobayashi considered this for a moment, then nodded.
じゃあ加山さん、奥さん、すみませんが、一緒に2階へいらしていただけますか。
よっしゃ。
We grabbed our weapons just in case and proceeded upstairs en masse. Since the stairs were narrow, however, this involved a lot of pushing and jostling. We gathered around the door to Tanaka's room. Kobayashi stood front and center. As he started to turn the knob, the innkeeper paused a moment. I suppose he wasn't relishing another visit with the dead body.
この部屋は声をかけただけなんだね。
Kobayashi checked with Mari. She nodded. Kobayashi, seeming like she had little choice left, proceeded to open the door. Arctic air streamed from the
篠
room.
崎君、いるのか？
The only reply was the roaring of the wind. His ski pole at the ready, Kobayashi peeked inside the bathroom. The rest of us watched from the doorway. Kobayashi took a timid glance near the corpse, then came right back to us.
やっぱりここにはいないようだ。
オーナーちょっと
Toshio called out from the
なん
hallway.
だ？
ジェニーが
Toshio pointed to the other end of the corridor, specifically to the broom closet we'd investigated earlier. Jenny, the black cat, was sitting in front of it, meowing. Kobayashi walked wordlessly down the hall. Jenny noticed him approaching. She started meowing even more insistently. Kobayashi grabbed the door handle, then hesitated.
どないしたんや。猫が泣いとるだけやないかい。そこはさっき。
Kayama groused from the sidelines, but no one was listening. Kobayashi opened the door. Uh-oh, Midori was inside. Her battered body had been folded and jammed in the closet like a rag doll being stuffed inside a toy chest. Her eyes were wide, staring at us in fright, but they never once moved, never once blinked.
緑
Toshio's voice was a ragged whisper. Kobayashi quickly grabbed Midori's wrist and checked for a pulse. Then he turned to us and shook his head.
なんてことを
Toshio's lips were trembling.
くそーなんてことをくそなんてことを
Toshio started howling, driven mad by grief. He clung desperately to Midori's body as he sobbed out her name.
緑緑
She'd been brutally beaten to death. Okay, so I don't think Toshio could have done this, right? Right? I'm trying to think if there was any opportunity. Hey Amelia. I'm currently streaming Kamaitachi no Yoru. I think I need to hide you on the thing. There we go. Hello. Okay. I'll screen share if you want. Okay. She'd been brutally beaten to death. Her head had been split open like a melon and her long hair was all matted with blood. Maya grabbed my arm and dug her fingers painfully into my flesh. Oh, you just got home, Amelia? Okay, we're at the second murder now. Things are getting spicy. Maya grabbed my arm and dug her fingers painfully into my flesh. Tears of fear and grief filled her eyes. Her features were twisted with emotion. Toshio grabbed the mop handle he'd brought upstairs with him and then got to his feet. He started stalking down the hall, banging on doors and walls as he went. He was roaring so loudly, I worried he might rupture a vocal cord. Kobayashi tried to hold him back, but the frenzied Toshio just shook his employer off. Perhaps because of all the commotion, the door to the girls' room opened and Kanako peeked her head out. But when she saw Toshio raging his way down the hallway like a madman, she just as quickly closed the door again. Okay. Toshio was into Midori, huh? Toshio suddenly stopped in the middle of the hallway, fell to his knees, and began to sob. Both of the victims until now, Tanaka and Mikimoto, were people we'd only just met. But we hadn't been close to either of them. Also, Mikimoto's not a victim, he's still alive. So on a certain level, we've been able to keep ourselves at a remove from what had just happened. But Midori was different. Toshio and the Kobayashis both had a close working relationship with her, and judging from Toshio's reaction, his relationship with Midori might have gone far deeper than that. Tanaka's dismembered corpse had sown fear and anxiety into our little group, but Midori's death filled us all with grief and rage. Also, her face isn't fucked up in this one, so we can verify her identity pretty reliably, huh? More enough to eclipse our earlier dread. Mari.
女の子たちを説得して呼んできてくれ。僕は三木本さんの様子を見てくれ。
Without waiting for a reply, I opened the door to Mikimoto's room. He was lying in bed, bandages wrapped around his head. His pallid face and closed eyes made it look like he was already dead. He must have been asleep, because when I called out his name, he groaned and opened his eyes.
みんな一緒の方が安全だと思うんです。できれば下に来ていただきたいんですが。 歩けますか?
He was having a hard time getting up. Mikimoto finally got out of the bed and onto his own 2 feet. He started hobbling towards the door. When I came back out of the room, everyone was standing there waiting for me. All 3 girls were in the hallway as well. I exchanged looks with each of them in turn. Kobayashi helped me maneuver Mikimoto to the stairs. Kobayashi glanced down at the other end of the hall. Yes, Amelia, just like beloved sound novel Umineko no Nakukoro ni. Toshio was on his knees beside him. Also, like, if you use the Twitch chat, your messages will show up on screen, so probably best to use that, if you can. With that, everyone began shuffling down the stairs. Kobayashi, Mikimoto, and I took the lead, followed by Mari, the 3 girls, the Kayamas, and then finally Kyoko. We all slowly made our way to the first floor. Alright. I think it's recap time now. Are you there? Are you there, Emilia? I'll check that you're there because I want to like catch you up on everything. Hi, there you are. Okay. So yeah, we're how far into the game? Oh, there's an ad. Okay. Oh wait. About 5 minutes passed. Everyone was stone silent. Eventually, I saw Toshio coming down the stairs. He wasn't crying anymore, but his eyes were still red and puffy. Midori's lifeless head lolled against his shoulder. Toshio was carefully making his way downstairs, carrying Midori on his back. We all watched in silence. No one said a word. No one offered to help. No, it was more that we couldn't help. There was a shared understanding that Toshio needed to do this on his own. He made it to the bottom of the stairs. Nippa! Quietly passed us by, then disappeared down the hallway. Toshio was bringing Midori to our room, I thought. The uncomfortable silence held, even after he'd left. I'm just waiting for a good place to stop. He returned to the lounge sooner than expected. There was now a steely determination in his eyes.
これで
So that's why he left her in the room.
全員がここに集まったことに
Everyone
これ
nodded.
から以後絶対に一人だけ離れたりすることのないようにしてください。トイレに行ったりするときもできれば1階のトイレを使ってください。どうしても部屋に戻りたいときも2人以上で戻ることにしてほしいんです。
一体何があったんですか？
Keiko sounded frightened and confused. Apparently she hadn't yet heard.
ついさっき誰かに殴られて
I couldn't finish the thought. My face must have said the rest, however, because all three girls gasped in unison, and Aki, as usual, began to cry. They huddled closer together, trying to put as much distance between themselves and the rest of the group as possible. Mikimoto's mouth hung open in shock. Alright, let's recap. This noise is a bit loud. I'll turn it down a bit, yes. Okay, so we are playing Kamaitachi no Yoru Ryunesaise, which is the modern remake of Kamaitachi no Yoru for the Super Famicom. This game, I described it as the OG sound novel, right? Technically the second sound novel, because the first was Otogiriso, I think that's what it's called, yeah. Which was released 2 years earlier. And I could have played that one, but I felt this one was probably more on my speed. I love murder mystery stories. Otogiriso is more just a spooky story, which is appropriate for Halloween, but not this year. Maybe another year. But I'm reading this like remake of Kamaitachi no Yoru, and like I explained earlier, this is the game that really inspired pretty much every visual novel we know. It's kind of the first of its kind. Before this, we had like adventure games, like we had stuff like Portopia Serial Murder Case and Famicom Detective Club in terms of like Japanese adventure games. We had that stuff, and but we didn't really have anything that resembles like the modern day visual novel. That really started with these sound novel games. It was Otogiriso and this one, Kamaitachi no Yoru. These are the first games to like really focus on the text and the choices. This game in particular is also noteworthy because it has a huge number of choices and a huge number of endings. A lot of them bad endings, but still. Like if we go here, we can open a flowchart. Whoop. Bring that back. That shows us every choice we've made. And every single one of these purple ones represents a choice. And each branch represents a choice we made. If you played like a Zero Escape game, like 999 or Zero Time Dilemma, or like any of Uchikoshi's works, like a lot of them have this flowchart system. And this is the game that started it. You don't love choices? Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, and this was also the game that like introduced the idea of... So I've had trouble getting into the other ones I've tried. Fair enough. I guess that's why I like Higurashi and Umine kind of easy for you, because yeah, you don't need to make any decisions. this is also the game that introduced the idea of like taking photographs of a real place and like using that as the backdrop for the scenes. And that's really cool. Now would be a good time actually to go back and have compare this to the original Super Famicom game. Can I make a save? Yeah. Like this remake does a lot of dressing up to make it look a lot more modern. Like the original game didn't even have character sprites. That was entirely new. And that's, you know, you think they're called sound novels, and the reason for that is because it really did focus on the sound. Like, the visuals are just kind of like, they were part of the experience, but the main draw was the sound. And you think back to the era this game was released, it was the Super Famicom, right? Like, they could do some basic art, but the sound quality of the Super Famicom was so much better than any other consoles at the time. Except for like, I guess, no, that's not true. We still have, like, PC Engine and, like, all that stuff. Doing like CD quality audio, but the Super Famicom was pretty good audio still for what it was. But yeah, anyway, I think now is a great time to close this and check out the original and see how it compares, because I would love to play the original because I think the presentation is really cool. Is this going to come up? Oh, no, just a second. Okay, we're back. I love the look of this game. I think it's so neat. I'll just start a new game. Now, the unfortunate part of this is it's all in Japanese. No one has released a translation patch for the original Super Famicom version of this game. So we kind of just have to deal with that, unfortunately. This is a skip function. But yeah, this, like, you look at this and like, oh shit, this looks like Higurashi. This looks like Umineko. And like, yeah. Otogiri saw before, like, it used more pixel art. Like, it was all just like drawn pixel art. But this one was the first game to use like photos. And like, we'll see. Oh wow. This is like going past quickly, but I am skipping through lots of text. But I really feel like the remake has padded out these scenes a lot. Like, I remember the first scene in the game was like, oh, my girlfriend's so sexy. And I'm like, groan. Just like perming over his girlfriend and like the pretty CG and shit. But like, this is getting right into the action really quickly. Like, it feels like the remake is really trying to amp up the sex appeal, as like many visual novels do. Oh, this is going so fast. Anyway, like you'll notice, like with all this, you've got photo backgrounds and you've got silhouettes painted onto the backgrounds. So they didn't actually draw any character sprites, but like, just like using like these silhouettes to represent the characters, they can like draw them in all sorts of dynamic positions. And like you can just like represent a lot through body language that you can't really do with like detailed sprites, because it would take like way too long to draw like every little permutation. There are visual novels that try to do that, but they're very rare because it's so expensive. But yeah, I love this. Look. Like, fucking every scene is dynamic, and, like, it's not just, like, characters with a few, like, sets, like, emotions and stuff just standing in front of the screen, like most visual novels. In many ways, I kind of prefer this. Like, it's a good mood setter, and you can do a lot with these silhouettes. Like, I wish more games did this. This is such a cool presentation style. And then we got the older couple coming in. 6:55. I love the look and feel of this. I want to play this version. I really do. And not to shit on the new version, because sure, like, the sprites are pretty, and like, the music and stuff is good, but this looks really cool. And I wish I could play this version. But it just doesn't have an English translation, unfortunately. I want to see it happen. It's got to happen eventually. Like, Otogiri So has an English translation that came out this year. This has got to come out. Like, I don't think it'll be a huge project. Like, I reckon, I'm going to make a prediction. I think it's going to get a translation patch, like, within the next 2 or 3 years. Let's just learn Japanese. Yeah, I know. I mean, I could read some of this, but it'd take me a long time. Oh yeah, there's the spooky Yakuza-looking dude in the corner. Now we're having dinner with Kyoko, I think was her name, the girlfriend. I want to see if I can get to like, because there's a scene I was talking about earlier that actually has like full-on animation, and it looks fucking cool, especially for the Super Famicom. Like, holy crap! And it's not something you see in visual novels. You don't see like fucking full animations, but they can get away with it because they're not drawing a complete colored character animated. They're just drawing like a silhouette. But it might be a little bit further down the line. It's like after the first murder, I think. But yeah, I like this. I want to see more of this presentation before I go back to the main game. Yeah, I know. Really, hiragana and katakana is the easy part, but there's so many kanji. I only know a few basic ones, and I've probably forgot some. Yeah, someone will die at 12 o'clock midnight tonight. Oh no, that's not good. You know, they do the whole receive a letter declaring that someone's gonna die. You can see how like Higurashi and Umineko are inspired by this game. And apparently, yeah, like this whole like ski resort hotel thing. It's a real place. I don't know if it's a ski resort, but it is a real place. And apparently, I saw on YouTube like someone's like, I checked out the building from Kamaitachi no Yoru. I'm like, damn, that's cool. You can just go there and check it out. Same with the Umineko Mansion. That's also a place you can go in real life. And I've actually been there. I've been to the Umineko Mansion. I never went inside though because I was a little bit nervous and I didn't want to pay money. But I got some nice photos of the outside of the mansion. It's really cool. I wish there was a skip button. I want to go to Rakenjima next time I go to Japan. Yeah. It's really cool. It's really not far from Tokyo, so like if you go to Tokyo, you'll be able to go there easy. The Q Furukawa Gardens. And of course Higurashi was based on a whole village in Japan. Shirakawa-go, it's the name of that village. And a lot of his buildings are still up to date, which is really cool. Is this the one where he's offering me a job? Come work at my company, kiddo. And I think the murder's about to happen, so we'll hear a window shattering. Oh, that's right. Something happens outside. I forgot about that. There was a loud crashing noise. Oh, no. That's the car coming, isn't it? There was a loud noise, and then they're like, oh, car's here. What was that loud noise? I'm still not sure what that fucking was. I didn't think about that. That's probably part of the mystery. And this dude arrives. He's hurt. He's here late. Yeah, he's the last one checking in. I forget what his name is. There's so many names to remember. This might take a minute. But it definitely seems to be going a lot quicker than the remake. Remake has a lot more fluff. Kanpai? Yeah, that's right. They're drinking. coming down from his room. Everyone else is drinking beer and he's having tea. And we're all gathered here. And then the murder's about to happen any second now. I would like to see how they handle the murder. How they like make it spooky and shit. Because you can't really rely on CGs, right? So I'm probably selecting different options than I did last time, but I can't imagine these choices make too much difference. Yeah, how do you convey a gruesome murder in a presentation style like this? That's what I want to see. Probably some creepy music. It is now 9 p.m. What was that just now? I'm not sure what's going on here. But there's a spooky atmosphere. Oh, they're probably like trying to avoid the topic of the letter. Yeah, there it goes. There's the window breaking. And they go up. It's cool, you can see them all checking the different rooms to see where the window breaking was. Maybe it's in Tanaka's room. Knock knock, Tanaka-san. Tanaka-sama. No response. Gotta open the door. There's freezing wind blowing through. Oh, that's a cool detail! The blinds are animated! What the heck? That wasn't in the remake. The snow blowing through. Oh, that's cool! That's really cool. Doesn't this game look fantastic for a Super Nintendo game? It's like, imagine playing this like, whoa, I'm playing a movie. It's kind of what it feels like. Okay, I guess this is the murder, the corpse. You can kind of barely make out like hands there, but it's really hard to see. Spooky. Basically, the body was chopped up into pieces. Just a bunch of limbs and stuff lying on top of each other. Oh my. Yeah. Alright, we're nearly at the bit I wanted to say. Very soon they're going to start looking for the killer. They'll ask if you want to like search downstairs or upstairs first. Okay, Amelia. Amelia's dropping out for a second. Yeah, I honestly really prefer the presentation of this version of the game. I love this. It's great. I'm glad I could have an opinion about this. Fucking no one talks about these games, and they're like really important. This came out the same year as Tokimeki Memorial for reference. This was like really the beginning of the golden age of Japanese adventure games, I feel. Shit fucking exploded after those two games. And they kind of exploded in different directions too. It's like okay, you take the Bishoujo game angle of Tokimeki Memorial, combine it with spooky games like this, and then you get Shizuku by Leaf, and then Leaf just like leans full into like, okay, let's get rid of the spooky stuff and just make it cute girls doing cute things, but it's in the presentation style of one of these sound novels, and that's how the modern like Bishoujo visual novel was born. It's interesting, but it all started with like these two games, Otogiriso and Kamaitachi no Yoru. This was like the fucking melting point. Melting point? The I'm trying to think of a word. It's just the pivotal point in the evolution of these genres was like these games. I can see why people are into this stuff. This is cool. Maybe another day I'll try Otogiriso. Maybe next Halloween, we'll see. Spend a lot of time talking. I forget what they're talking about. I don't remember there being that much talk. Is this the point where they're going to search for the killer? Come on, we're going to search for the killer. Oh yeah, they had to like check to see if the lines were down and all that. And, oh no, they can't contact the police. Yada yada. Yeah, here we go. We're checking the rooms. It didn't give me a choice. At least I didn't see it. Oh, here we go. Yeah. You see, like he's holding the I forget what it was. It was using something as a makeshift weapon. Yeah, like a broom. That's really cool. Can't find anyone downstairs. Need to go upstairs. Look at these sprites. It's so expressive. Sneaking around. Nothing in there. Down there. The cat. Sorry, I spoiled it. It's rustling. And check this shit out. I'm gonna make a fucking save state because this shit is cool. Look at that! Animated cat! Holy shit, that looks cool. I made a save state. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. How cool is that? Oh my god. That's the first, like, you know, pseudo jump scare in the game. Not counting, like, finding the body. That's really cool. Anyway, I just wanted to see that. I think I made my point. This version of the game looks so cool. And I wish that was the version I was playing, but alas, here we are. So, let's play us a bit more Kamaitachi no Yoru. I'm not really done yet. I want to play a bit more. But I might have a snack. 1 second. I haven't had dinner yet, so I'm getting a bit hungry, but I want to play a bit more. Just going to mute my mic while I eat. Okay, let's continue. I feel like I should, like, at least try some other choices at some point, but we haven't reached a dead end yet, so... Sorry, what was the context for this? No, it doesn't say. It should show you what the context of the conversation was. That's... yeah, frustrating game design. Kanako started screaming hysterically.
ダメです。一緒にいることが必要なんです。
どうして私たちは関係ないわ。ほっといてよ。
They probably thought it would be safer for the three of them to be locked in their room together.
そういうわけにはいきません。こういうことは言いたくありませんが、仕方ありません。さっきみどりさんが殺されたと思われる時間、2階にいたのはミキモトさんと
You are suspects now, unfortunately.
だけだったんですよ。
どういう意味？
Kanako gave me a shocked look.
つまり、あなたたちがみどりさんを殺した可能性もある。
Mikimoto and the girls weren't the only ones who looked shocked.
何言ってるのトール。女の子にみどりさんを殺すなんてことできると思うの？
Mari's withering tone bit deep, but I didn't relent.
一人でだと難しいかもしれない。他の2人に気づかれる心配もあるしね。でも3人一緒なら。
Everyone stared at the trio in disbelief.
冗談じゃないわ。どうして私たちが。ひどい。
I hurried to explain myself to the indignant
ち
Keiko.
ょっと待ってください。そういう可能性もあると言ってるだけです。さっきも言ったように、三木本さんにもみどりさん殺害の機会はあったわけです。
Mikimoto looked exhausted.
僕は君が入ってくるまで鎮静剤で眠ってたんだよ。おまけにまだ頭がガンガンして歩くのもままならないってのに。
Okay. Is it possible the wound was self-inflicted or faked? That seems like a really big gambit if true, but... is that possible? I guess I can't say it's not possible, but... I don't know if it's likely, but I'll keep it in the back of my mind.
それは全部演技かもしれません。反論はしないでください。僕が言いたいのは、これ以上犠牲者を出さないためには、全員一緒にいるべきだということだけです。僕たちの中に犯人がいるのかもしれない。ペンションのどこかに隠れてるのかもしれない。吹雪の中でこちらの様子を伺ってるのかもしれない。
I read off all the possibilities I could think of. So let's go with that again. Who else would be the killer? Or maybe the culprit is hiding somewhere, or maybe they're on the blizzard. Don't think they're on the blizzard.
いずれにしても全員一緒にいれば犯人は手出しができない。少なくとも手を出しにくいはずです。
The room fell silent. Everyone started exchanging glances, trying to suss out one another's true intentions. I didn't think I'd said anything too outrageous, but my words had appeared to spark a vicious cycle of suspicion. How I let my mouth get away from me? I mean, unfortunately, you gotta. This is a life or death situation. Everyone needs to be suspicious of each other. That is the correct thing to do in this situation. You gotta be pragmatic and keep everyone an eye on each other. If you're all together, then no one can kill each other. Like, right? So that's how it should be. I mean, how possible was it that Mikimoto or the girls had actually killed Midori? I couldn't rule it out. That much was for sure. Indeed. We'd all been in the lounge together when we'd heard the window shatter, so neither Mikimoto nor the girls would have had the chance to kill Tanaka. And even if they'd managed it somehow, they still wouldn't have had enough time to dismember his body. So it seemed safe to assume that none of them had murdered Tanaka. But just because they didn't kill Tanaka didn't mean they couldn't have killed Midori. At first blush, however, none of these relative strangers would seem to have a motive for killing her. Unless... oh, I recalled Kobayashi's words.
小林さん、みどりさんは 田中さんの部屋を見たいと言ってたんですよね。正確に何と言ってたか思い出せますか？
Kobayashi blinked. It took him a moment to realize I was speaking to him.
確かちょっと気になることがあるから。いや違うな、こうだ。ちょっと思いついたことがあるから田中さんの部屋を調べたいの。確かそう言ってた。
What did she think of? She thought of something, but what? I need to recheck Mr. Tanaka's room. Obviously, it must have been related to the crime somehow. But she'd had a sudden flash of insight and figured out who the killer was. Then she'd either confronted that person or they discovered her investigating the crime scene. Either way, she'd been murdered as a result. You don't fucking investigate it on your own. That's that. It seemed the most logical conclusion. Which wasn't to say there weren't other explanations. For example, maybe Toshio and the Kobayashis, who knew Midori better than anyone, might have secretly hated her. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility. But for now, it seemed safe to assume that Midori had been killed by Tanaka's murderer to keep her quiet. Out of everyone here, Toshio was the only one who could have possibly murdered Tanaka. But he couldn't have killed Midori. The only ones who could have killed her were Mikimoto or the girls. Is that true? I mean, we don't know when she was murdered, right? I'll go along with it for now, but they couldn't have murdered Tanaka. No, Mari could have done it. Mari could have done it. He's just ignoring that possibility. Mari asked me anxiously.
事件を整理してたんだけど、
それで
余計に頭が混乱してきたよ。
わからないことなんか何もないでしょ。犯人は私たち以外の誰かなのよ。凶悪な人殺しがこの近くをうろうろしてるの。私たちが考えるべきことはどうやって自分たちの身をそいつから守るかよ。
But you're so sexy, you couldn't be a murderer. Kyoko and Haruka nodded in agreement.
そうよ。
The typically tight-lipped Haruko chimed
お
in.
互い疑い合ったりしてもいいことなんか何にもないわ。今はみんな信じ合わなくっちゃ。
Kayama immediately took umbrage with his wife's words.
ハルコ、そんな綺麗事だけではあかん。ホル君の言う通りや。どんな可能性でも考えといた方がええ。せやなかったら朝まで生き残れへんかもしれへんやで。
Yeah.
でも
もゲバもあらへん。こういう時は女は黙って男の言うこと聞き取ったらええんや。
Okay, you don't have to put it like that, Kayo. I wonder if Kayama always browbeat his wife into silence like this. Or was he putting on a tough husband act right now for our benefit?
僕だって親しい人、そんなに親しいわけでもない人の方が多いけど、皆さんを人殺しだなんて思いたくはありません。でもこのペンションはそんなに大きな建物ではありませんし。
I looked over at Kobayashi to make sure he wasn't offended, but either he hadn't noticed or didn't care.
人の目が全く届かなくなってしまう。そんな資格ができるような巨大なホテルではないという意味ですが、それに戸締まりだってきちんとしていました。そんなところへ、たとえプロの泥棒だとしても誰にも気づかれずに自由に出入りできるものでしょうか。正直言って
Unless I had a key.
僕にはどちらを信じたらいいのか分かり、神出鬼没の殺人鬼がペンションのどこかにいるのか、それとも一見虫も殺さないように見える人が実は人殺しなのか、僕には分かりません。
I shook my head helplessly.
まるで自分だけは関係ないっていう口ぶりだな。
Toshio hurled the words at me.
どういう意味ですか？
その通りの意味さ。君だって容疑者の一人だってことさ。
Is he?
でも僕は夕食後は一度も2階には上がってないんですよ。田中さんを殺せるわけがないじゃないですか。みどりさんにしたってそうです。
俺はこの目で見たわけじゃないからな。君がそう言ってるだけかもしれん。ガールフレンドが証言したってダメだぜ。
Huh? No. We were down here the whole time. Just seems weird to like throw it at Toru. Like, why him? Is that just like deflecting? Guess this is where it comes out.
三木本さんの後ろにいたはずのあなたが一番怪しいんじゃないですか。
そんなことあるもんか。オーナーの方が俺より先に三木本さんの倒れてるところにたどり着いてたんだぜ。
Is that true?
そうでしたよね、オーナー。
うん、そうだったかな。
Kobayashi answered uncertainly. He had a troubled look on his face. Happy Halloween and trick or treat. This was all coming as news to me. When I had first arrived on the scene, Toshio had been the one trying to help Mikimoto up. So I just assumed Kobayashi had gone there after him. But in light of this statement, wasn't Kobayashi now a suspect as well? Yeah. Mikimoto looked back and forth between the two men, his eyes burning with suspicion. Kyoko cried out, then broke down sobbing. There's like a bug in my room. Ah! It's killing the mood. Killing the vibe. I have any bug spray. Ugh. Maybe it'll go away. I was sure my own looked much the same, and the contemptuous look Mari was giving me unbearable. No, I think right now is the exact time to be hurling accusations. Actually, he hasn't even mentioned the fact that Toshio was like the only one without an alibi. That's kind of a huge deal, and you should speak up about that. Even if he says no, it's irrefutable, like that he is a suspect, and people should keep an eye on him more than anyone else in the room. Okay? It's good to throw accusations when there's murders happening. It is a good thing. That's how you stay alive. It was already 11:30 somehow. The blizzard outside showed no signs of slowing. Not the news. Kama gave an abrupt shout. I think I got the bug. He had a good point there. Without waiting for anyone to reply, Kayama grabbed the remote and turned on the TV. As he flipped through the channels, we could see that they were all previewing the top news stories of the day. Kayama just reminds me of Hideyoshi. Though, maybe less. I like Hideyoshi more. more of an asshole. But I just don't want to believe that any of these nice people I've just met for the first time today could do something like this. Well, yeah. Whenever someone does something like that, like, we should be pointing the finger at them, like, okay, you're deflecting. You're trying to keep us from, like, talking about this. You're suspicious now. Like, that's the exact kind of shit, like... like a killer in Among Us, like, trying to deflect, like... Oh my god. On hearing those words, we all looked up to the second floor. Not a bank robber. Okay, is this relevant? This is gonna be relevant, right? This has got to be important. Can't think of it. I heard about a robbery on the radio while we were driving here, but once we'd arrived, I hadn't even glanced at the newspaper or TV. I didn't know the guy was still on the loose. What does that something to do with a motive? Karma sniffled disdainfully. Maybe his grandstanding was an act to take our minds off things, I thought. So I decided to play along.
億円持って飛行機は乗らないでしょ。
そらわからんで。2億円なんか大してかさばるもんやない。診察やったらスーツケースに十分入るやろ。
Mari joined in our conversation.
持っていけたって海外じゃ使えないでしょ。銀行に行ったりしたら番号ですぐバレるだろうし。
そら素人の考えや。今、円はごっつ強いんやで。ドルなんかより喜ばれる国かてある。闇で交換してくれる連中がどうにでもおるもんなんや。
俺だったら
Toshio joined in as well. Looked like I was right. People need a distraction.
俺だったら日本に言いたいね。そもそも日本から脱出するんなら物価の安い国に行ってのんびり暮らすと思わないか。日本に居続けようと思うから金がいるんじゃないか。しばらく田舎町でほとぼりが冷めるのを待つね。
Fair.
あかんあかん。田舎町は人の出入りがすぐわかる。外国人がやんねやったら都会の方がええ。
でも犯行現場の近くにいたくないのは人情でしょ。
そこをぐっとこらえんからみんな捕まりよるんや。だいたい犯罪者は根性なしが多いからな。
Wait, was Kama suggesting he'd preferred it if criminals had more guts?
よそ者もたくさん出入りするわよね。
Mari offered her own theory.
根性しとるところやったらな。シーズン中のスキー場とか。
What?
あ
Naughty.
なあどないしたんや。変な顔して。
考えすぎですかね。
I started second guessing myself.
何がや。
いえ、いいです。
言いかけたことは最後まで言わんと気持ち悪いやないか。
You can tell by their faces, at least some of them were thinking the same thing as me.
言いますけど、笑わないでくださいよ。あの殺された田中さんって人、逃走中の銀行強盗だったりして。
Nobody laughed. I mentally prepared myself, then asked Kobayashi a
田
question.
中さんの身長、どのくらいでした？
Kobayashi thought for a moment before answering.
結構高かったよ。170
Yeah.
あったと思うんだ。
It was 5'9". That didn't fit. Oh, it's 5'5". Sorry. And you said the bank robber was around 5'5". It's too big a difference.
確かに
Who is 5'5" then?
そうじゃない雰囲気は
Everyone, get up! Stand
高
up!
いスキー場には乗ってたけど、なんかスキーしに来たって感じには見えなかったし。
ちょっと待って。
Mari had up her hand.
普通銀行強盗するときって最低でも運転手は必要なんじゃないの？だったら田中は運転手の方だったんじゃないかしら。仲間割れして共犯者に殺された。
それならあり得る。ってことは犯人は165センチくらいの痩せ型の男ってことか。
We all looked at one another appraisingly. Kama was too fat. Migmoto and Toshio were too tall. The closest match was Kobayashi. He was around 5'5" and skinny. Kobayashi gave an awkward smile as he realized everyone's eyes were on him.
おいおい、冗談はそれくらいに
How tall is Toru?
たまたまニュースをやってたからってそれをそのままこの事件と結びつけようだなんていくらなんでも無茶だろう。
そらそうや。それに小林君が東京の銀行を襲えるわけがあらへん。毎日ここで仕事があるんやさかい。
What Kama said made sense. There was no way it could have been Kobayashi. In fact, this whole theory that our killer was the bank robber was half-baked to begin with. The only reason I mentioned it at all was because Kama had begged me to. I mean, something I'd really taken seriously. And Kama just said, like, what about if it was at a ski resort? Yeah. But then Mari spoke up.
でも考える方向性は合ってたんじゃないかしら。
というと、
あの田中さんって人はどう見てもスキーしに来たって感じじゃなかったわ。人目を避けてる様子もあったし、こんなところに来たのには何か後ろ暗い理由があったに違いないわ。
Ever since we found his body, I'd been thinking the same thing. The condition of his corpse was just too bizarre. That's why I wanted to believe the circumstances surrounding his death were equally bizarre. Neither killer nor the victim were regular people like us. No, the deceased had to be someone who traveled the seedy back alleys of society. Y'all are making like so many assumptions about this guy you don't know. It's a little icky. But whatever. I mean, what person in their right mind would want to hack a corpse into pieces like that? Me? I was incredibly squeamish. I was the sort of guy who'd look away from the TV if I saw someone getting so much as an injection. I could never bring myself to do something like that to a dead body. Not for any amount of money. Not for any reason at all. Huh? Something suddenly occurred to me. Was there a specific reason the killer had to dismember Tanaka's body? Maybe it was... So... Grudge is... like... the normal answer, but it's probably not. So it could be transported somewhere. If we're assuming that the body was carried through the window, it'd be a lot easier to do if it was chopped up. To conceal the victim's identity? Well, the face was messed up. And I'm still going to keep harping on about that point because it's a classic trick, like, to conceal the identity of the murderer, of the victim. The only way we assume it was Tanaka was because, like, it had his sunglasses next to the body. So, it could very well be A. But I don't know. It could be A or B. I don't know. I'm going to go with B. We'll go with B for now. So it could be transported somewhere. This would normally make the most sense. However, since Tanaka was killed in the same room where he was found, this probably didn't apply to him. You don't know that! You don't fucking know that. That is a huge assumption, my dude. You don't know that for sure. I actually think he wasn't killed in that room. Because, like, it takes a lot of time to chop up a body. I think it was killed somewhere else. Maybe outside, before the storm got too bad. Questions started swirling around through my brain. I was skirting around the edges of something here, but what? The answers kept slipping through my grasp. I scratched my head in frustration. The waterworks were starting up again. Oh god, they're fucking crying again! Tears intensified into full-on sobbing. Kyoko started to walk unsteadily away from the lounge. Where are you going? Kobayashi sounded surprised. Look, I'm not gonna, like, point fingers, but Kyoko is, like, hardly in this story. Like, every time she shows up, I was like, oh yeah, she's a character. And that fact alone makes me suspect her. The less screen time you get, the more I'm like, what's your deal? But I'm really just drawing straws at the moment. I don't have much of a theory. Aki's voice has grown hoarse from all her crying. If Kyoko was stung by this accusation, however, she didn't let it show. Sorry, I kind of... My soothing tones trying to calm everyone down. Both stay calm has backed me up. Aki reluctantly agreed with me. Mari stood up. It made sense not to let Kyoko wander off alone, but still, I was a little worried. Mari nodded and offered me a half-hearted smile. What? No! What, that phrasing? Excuse me. No. Yeah. Was Umineko a reference to this? Like, it's just a weird coincidence. Okay. That made me laugh. Still, there was an uneasy silence as Kyoko and Mari headed off to the kitchen together. Toshio said this to no one in particular. I nodded. Some kind of witch? Come on. Come on.
でも考えてみろよ。もし犯人が誰にしろ、俺たち全員を殺すつもりだったら、こんなまどろっこしい方法を取ると思うか。俺だったら、まだみんな警戒してないうちに、もっとたくさん殺しておくね。
I mean, sure, but it is kind of hard to kill people without anyone noticing. I don't know.
こういうことも考えられるよね。
Mikimoto held his head, seeming pained by the effort of talking. I wasn't sure what he was getting at.
僕たち全員、あるいはこの中の誰かに相当な恨みを抱いていて、ただ殺すだけじゃ飽き足らない。だから猫がネズミをいたぶるみたいにして、怯えさせた後で最後に殺す。
Terrorize us, then kill us. If that were true, how deep must the killer's hatred run? Were any of the people here capable of holding such a grudge? Can someone close the window? This fucking wind is so loud. There was a look of desperation in Keiko's eyes. That's interesting. Okay. This is like subtle confirmation. I was wondering, like, why did someone hit Mikimoto over the head when they could have just killed him? It's weird. It's definitely a weird point of this mystery. Yeah. That's what I was thinking, that they just couldn't finish. No. Oh, spooky music. Toshio exploded with anger. Mikimoto asked this quietly. Toshio's face immediately turned crimson. He started shouting even louder. He was apoplectic with rage. Well, yeah, like, she probably discovered something she shouldn't know. We have a motive for her murder. As Mikimoto explained himself, Toshio's anger gave way to sadness. Tears were once again streaming down his cheeks. Even Haruko and the girls had tears welling up in their eyes, though I couldn't quite tell if it was from sympathy or fear. Had Toshio really been in love with Midori? I hadn't known the two of them well enough to say for sure. It was possible this was all just an act. Maybe he'd murdered Midori in cold blood, and now he was the only pretending to love her to avoid suspicion. I hated myself for even thinking such a thing. Why? Why did I have to doubt everyone like this? I couldn't even find sympathy for someone who was grieving the loss of a loved one. It was because we still didn't know the killer's identity. Were they a stranger? Or one of us? If we couldn't figure that out, we were dead in the water. That reminded me. Something Mikimoto said earlier was still nagging at me. The criminal only killed Midori because they had to. Been wondering about the same thing. Why had Midori been killed? Had Has she seen something? Yeah, we went over this. Come on. Someone across the killer somewhere. It was clear what I had to do next. I need to search every last inch of Tanaka's room. Midori had said she had planned to do the very same thing, and she'd turned up dead. There had to be a clue somewhere inside. I needed to take a closer look at that room by myself. Why by yourself? Why by yourself? Excuse me? Are you asking to be killed? That's how she died. By going by herself. What the fuck? No, 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 no. You tell everyone right now that there is a clue in there and you all go together. That is what you do in this situation. Wouldn't be a murder mystery if there weren't people just throwing themselves into danger, I suppose. Yeah, you're exactly right. Why do you want to go alone? I don't get it. I knew it was dangerous to go to Tanaka's room by myself. Yeah, but even more dangerous to go there with someone who might be the killer. Not true. Like, bring everyone. Bring a lot of people, and then there are witnesses. So whom should I pick? Just take the group. No, not Mari. No. She's probably the murderer of the second murder. No, 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 no. He's gonna die. I'm making the mac and cheese. Yummy. Sorry, I missed that. Before long, Mari and Kyoko returned from the kitchen carrying a tray filled with steaming mugs. I was just getting really angry at our protagonist for throwing himself in danger. God. Mari did her best to sound bright and cheerful. It's strange to think that just a short while ago Midori would have been the one filling this role. She'd been so full of life back then, and now she lay dead and cold. In short order, mugs of cocoa were handed out to everyone in the lounge. The girls held back, waiting for the others to drink before taking cautious sips from their own mugs. The sweet warmth of cocoa seemed to have a calming effect in our little group. Man, I want a hot chocolate now. That sounds great. Shit. How do you make hot chocolate? I've never really been good at making hot chocolate. I want a hot chocolate. My mental and physical exhaustion just seemed to melt away. After a short breath, during which tempers seemed to cool, I got Mari's attention. Everyone turned to look at me. Well, at least by announcing it to everyone, like, it makes it harder for Mari to do a murder. Because if she just goes in, Toru is dead, she comes out, oh no, Toru's dead, that would make her very suspicious. Because everyone knows that they were the only two up there. I guess, but I'm suspicious of Mari. I don't like this. Yeah, you know, that's true. So, like, take everyone. I'm with Toshio on this one. You're acting weird, my dude. I would suspect you. Yeah, no, buddy. You were already the prime suspect. It has to be someone else, right? Yeah. Huh. Yeah, he's not the best choice. Mikimoto waved off Mari's concern. Yeah, but what could we be in a fight? Like, he offered us a feeble grin. Kobayashi gave us some parting words of caution. I'd do my best, of course, but since I didn't know what we were looking for yet, I couldn't make any promises. I nodded anyway, and the three of us went upstairs. Well, at least the three, I guess. I stood there in front of Tanaka's room. I noticed that my feet felt chilly. Cold air was streaming out from under the door. Mikimoto seemed curious. I had no answer for him, however, so I just opened the door without saying a word. Snowflakes were whirling madly about the room. It was just like stepping inside a meat locker. Blown snow now covered more than half the bed nearest the window. Mari shivered with every syllable. Yeah, put more clothes on! You're walking into a freezer, come on. I made a mad dash into the room and threw open the door to the bathroom. I'm getting salty at this game. As I tried to look inside, I heard a noise from behind me as someone had fallen. When I turned around, I saw Mari and Mikimoto hadn't followed me in from the hallway. What? Oh, no. What if Mikimoto was actually the killer? He got Mari with a guard down, and no, it couldn't be. Even if Mikimoto was the killer, he'd have no reason to harm Mari. The moment I poked my head through the door, a crushing blow traveled through my skull and down into my spine. White flashes exploded in my head. RIP! It was like strobe going off in front of me. She was lying there on the floor. The world looked like it was spinning. Ooh! And a usually warm stream of sweat ran down my temple and dripped onto the floor. No, it wasn't sweat, it was my blood. The back of my head was hot and throbbing like some sort of strange creature was buzzing around back there. There were feet in front of me. I tried to raise my head, but that simple act took all my strength. A dark silhouette stood there, but between my blurred vision and the backlight of ceiling lamps, I couldn't tell who it was. My world grew dim. Last thing I saw was a shadow raising something into the air. They were going to kill me. Oh God, no. I didn't want to die. I wanted to tell the person to stop, but the words refused to come out. I heard a whistling in my ears as the shadow swung something down at me. God damn it. Damn it. Fucking... What? I was telling you, dude. This is how you die. Just bring everyone. Bring a large group. Oh, you have the choices you made. If that's something you regret, please continue for whichever scene interests you most. Well, I guess I don't take Mikimoto, right? Alright, let's go, Toshio. I completely abandoned my suspicions about Toshio, but that heartbroken look on his face when we found Midori's body, that could have been a lie, could it? Let's go, Toshio! That's what I hoped anyway. No one else had any objection to the three of us going up to the room together. Ikiwashoka. We finished the last of our Koko and stood up. Kobayashi gave us some parting words of caution. I'd do my best, of course. But since I didn't know what we were looking for yet, I couldn't make any promises. I nodded anyway, and the three of us went upstairs. And fucking... Oh God, I keep forgetting his name. The guy that we went up with. I guess that really implicates him, doesn't it? Which means he... Did he fake the injury? That's interesting. Yeah, Mikimoto, yeah. Yeah. Fucking... I did bring that up as a possibility. I thought, surely not. That's too convoluted. But maybe. Maybe he faked the injury to, like, make him seem less suspicious. That means he killed Midori. Yeah, I'm getting very suspicious of him now. Toshio wanted answers. I had none to give him, however, so I just opened the door without saying a word. Snowflakes, yep. Three of us couldn't all fit it at the same time, so we left the door open for now. Just a standard bathroom, maybe slightly wider than average. Yep, sounds like we avoided death this time. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary at first glance, so bath has been used, towels were damp. Let's check that one. That's, yep. Okay. Change wasn't wearing scared, but still for the softness of its thighs. Come on. I kept denying it as I stood up. Oh, she was heavier than I thought she'd be. Mari slid through the square cut out aside and stuck her head into the crawl space. I'm telling you, this version of the game is like, okay, we need a hot girl. We need to make this game sexy. And the original was just like a silhouette. We come up empty, but at least we were able to cross the bathroom off our list. She shouted to us from outside the bathroom. I put Mari down and we hurried back through the door. Next was a closet. I'd looked earlier to make sure there was no one hiding in there, but I hadn't checked the luggage or any of the clothes. So the curtain over and the three of us peered inside. There was a single grey coat hanging there. On the floor beneath it, there was a large wheeled bag, the kind meant for ski gear. Crashed down and put it towards us. There was nothing inside. I searched all the compartments and the side pockets, but I couldn't find so much as a scrap of paper. The story about the fugitive bank robber was still stuck in my head. Body parts. Yeah, yeah. I mean, surely there'd be traces of blood, though. Probably. Unless you could, like, wrap it up in something. 着替えだよ。いくらスキーする気がなかったとしても、着替えくらい持ってただろう。普通ならそうでしょうけど、逃亡犯ならわかりませんよ。用意する暇もなかったのかもしれない。Mara is searching through the pockets of the grey coat. It wasn't super bloody. It was still kind of like hard to see, but it was a little bloody. I think the murder of Midori was a bit more brutal because you could see like the blood and her face. But you mean like actually? Did we see lots of blood? I'm trying to recall how much they mentioned blood. I mean, there had to be a bit, but... is that what you're saying? Like, maybe, like, this is an old corpse that was chopped up, and all the blood was already out of it? Interesting. Interesting. I don't know. Let's put that in the back pocket. Yeah. I don't know. Next, we tackled the room itself. We looked around for any personal belongings. Toshio watched us work, shivering the whole while. I snapped at Toshio and he fell silent. Performed a quick search of the room, even under the bed, but found nothing. The only places left now were the window and the body. Yeah, let's check the body. My voice was trembling, but only from the cold, not fear. No, doctor, no. I had no choice but to handle it myself. Like, yeah, there was no... I mean, you could... Yeah. There's no, like, oh, we need to confirm the person's dead. Like, whatever. But, yeah, I don't know. There could be some trickery going around, though, because it was just kind of a pile of, like, limbs is how it was described. I don't know if it was a full body. Maybe it was a torso. I can't remember. But yeah, I don't know. There could be some trickery. They did say that the face was messed up, so you couldn't like see the face, and that is such a huge like red flag for me that something's up. My slippers did absolutely nothing to keep my feet warm. It felt like I was walking across solid ice. Hexy? What is that? Hexy? I inched my way around the bed and reluctantly looked down where the body was. Thankfully, it was all covered by snow at this point. I couldn't make out any of the gruesome details. Wait, hold on. Oh yeah, the body was covered in snow, yeah. My relief lasted only a moment, however. If I didn't get rid of that snow, I wouldn't be able to see much of anything. Crap. Yeah, maybe. Maybe, Millie. Shivering, I started clearing away the piled up powder. Then I heard a thud as my hands struck something solid. It was his hair, now frozen stiff. I gently brushed away the remaining snow, doing my best to avoid touching anything. Okay, there's blood. There we go. There was a head, yeah. The dismembered corpse began to emerge, looking like I just left it earlier. Can we, like, get rid of the text box, maybe? Yeah. I don't see a torso, unless that's that in the top right. I guess that's meant to be the torso. I don't think Midori checked the body. Doesn't look like anyone's touched it. Interesting. Mari asked this from a safe distance. Toshio shouted to be heard over the wind. I couldn't have agreed more. Yeah, I think Toshio is the red herring. I don't think he's actually the culprit now. Feeling even colder than when I'd ventured outside earlier, I returned to the lounge with the others. Everyone was still there, and they all seemed to be safe and sound. Kobayashi looked at the three of us in turn. My lips were frozen solid, so Mari did all the talking for us. Kobayashi pondered this aloud. Yeah, like that bankroll thing could be literally nothing, and it only exists as a red herring to throw us off the course of the actual motive. Definitely possible. I stood in front of the electric heater, trying to bring my icy limbs back to life. A scraping sound, followed by a loud thud outside the window. Nani? I jumped for a second, then remembered it was just the sound of snow sliding off the roof. No, it wasn't! You don't point something like that out for no reason. Mari gave me a little chuckle. I stopped speaking mid-sentence. It must be very weird indeed, because Mari is now staring at me anxiously. There were the beginnings of an idea in my mind, you see, but it was one I found hard to accept. After a moment, I spoke. Oh, okay, this is a big moment. Let's go big. Mari seemed doubtful. I replied confidently. Mari had a dubious look in her eyes. I didn't answer her right away. Instead, I turned to the other people in the room. Right. Everyone looked over at Toshio anxiously. Yeah, I think it's Mikimoto. As I spoke, I saw the tension in Toshio's jaw ease slightly. What if there's some way to like break the window remotely? I don't know. Let's see where he's going with this. Well, I feel like I should have an answer to this before I click. What is the trick? The trick to killing people. Well, like I was thinking something along the lines of they were murdered before the window smashed, but then what caused the window to smash? Okay, we really need to think about this. They're all downstairs except for Toshio. I mean, something outlandish like C4 would do the trick, but that might be a bit too outlandish. Might be a bit much. You'd probably see some evidence of an explosion. Yeah, that's probably. I can't go with the fucking small bombs theory. Hmm. Is there any way that maybe the window was already broken, but they just heard it? No, that doesn't seem right. I don't know. What is the trick? I'm not sure. Oh well. A time delay. Okay, I think I'm on the right track. Wait, what? Huh? Huh? Nani? I'm not following. Let's... speaker? You playing a sound of a window being smashed? I don't know. Yeah. And... Okay. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, there's ways to do it. Just like muffle it. Kama began peering at me suspiciously. I quickly shook my head. And how'd they make the sound again? I feel the speaker theory sounds dumb. I don't know. Don't know what else it could be. There's something in there. Okay, they are doing the speaker feeling. Okay. I don't know. I feel like that's a lame... If that's true, that's lame, because you need a really loud speaker, and it would need to be really high fidelity to, like, not sound weird. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe it's possible. In this weather. Yeah, this is fucking... This is an Erica theory. Episode 5, wasn't it? The sound of the knocking was through recorded and played back, yeah. True. I think you assumed it was upstairs, though. No, they had no idea, did they? They checked... Could it be outside? It's Mikimoto. It has to be.
あの時の音はそんな感じじゃなかったわ。音だけ大きくしたって同じにはならないと思うけど。
Yeah, it would have to be recorded in advance. But that's fine, you can do that.
じゃあこういうことかもしれない。あれは本当にガラスの割れる音だった。ただしそれはあの部屋の窓じゃなく犯人の用意した別のガラスだったんだ。
Now I'm getting a bit
そ
sus.
れじゃあ犯人はやっぱりどこかでそのガラスを割らないといけないわけでしょ。どうやって？それにそんなガラスをどうやってここに持ち込んだの？
This was outside.
そんなことは些細な問題だよ。もし僕の推理が間違ってるとしたら犯人はやっぱり敏夫さんだってことになる。でも僕には田中さんはともかく敏夫さんが緑さんまで殺したとは思えないんだ。
Faint light of hope appeared in Toshio's darkened eyes.
じゃあ俺じゃなければ一体誰が犯人なんだ。
I took a few moments to collect my thoughts before responding.
ガラスの割れる音を出す方法があれば談話室にいた人にも犯行が行えたわけです。でもその中で2階へ行かなかったり時間的に無理な人たちがいます。まず僕とマリは夕食後も最後まで食堂にいて結局2階へも戻りませんでした。それを裏付けてくれる人は何人もいると思います。次に小林さんは夕食後もフロントにいてその後も僕たちと一緒でした。奥さんはしばらく見かけませんでしたが
Sorry,
キッチンで夕食の後片付けをしていたのでしょう。
main theory right now is Tanaka faked his death, smashed the window, and climbed up the crawl space to create a locked room. Yeah, that crawl space is like a big clue, isn't it? It could definitely be him. I just think that's a bit lame. I don't know. I would rather it not be him. So I've kind of been dismissing that theory because just having the culprit be someone who's never around is like the lamest way to do a mystery, in my opinion. I'm hoping this story is a bit better than that. A bit more interesting. But I don't know. Likewise, Mr. Kobashi was at the front desk immediately after dinner and remained downstairs from then on. There was a stretch where I didn't see Mrs. Kobayashi, but I can only assume she was in the kitchen cleaning up after dinner. When I glanced their way, both the Kobayashis nodded enthusiastically.
三木本さんがここに到着したのは夕食が終わってだいぶ経ってからでした。2階へ上がっていた時間もほんのちょっとで。
Are we dismissing the Mikimoto theory?
たとえチェーンソーか何かを使ったとしても三木本さんには
It was done in advance. It was done in advance. He brought it here. Remember, he arrived late. He was fucking doing some murdering. No, it's him. It's him. We're getting off the track.
渡瀬さん、北野さん、川村さんたちは例の脅迫状の件があったので一旦部屋に戻ったもののすぐに1階へ降りてきています。やっぱり時間が足りません。
それで
Kayama pushed me to continue. His face looked drawn. I picked up the thread again, trying to avoid looking at Kayama as I spoke.
加山さんと奥さん、その2人を除いて全員を消去しました。つまり残った2人のうちどちらかが犯人ということになります。
Haruko seemed stunned. She looked at me and then at her husband. This doesn't seem right to me, but let's see where this goes.
そんなアホな。なんでわしかて人をバラバラにするような時間はあらへん。それはハルコも一緒や。わしらずっと一緒におったんやから。
The question seemed to catch Haruko by surprise.
そうです。
If I had to pick one of them, I'd pick Haruko. But I don't have a solid feeling. So a hush fell over the room, lasted another few moments, then I began speaking again.
では、第2の事件を考えてみます。三木本さんが襲われた時、外にいたのは小林さん、それに敏夫さんです。他の人は僕も含めて、ほとんど談話室で待っていたはずでした。
Right.
ただ一人を除いては、
Hmm?
わしかわしかでここにおったやないか。
いいえ、ずっといたわけではありません。携帯電話を試して
Yeah, that was a thing, and I did point that out. Something happened there.
試すだけ試してみようとか言いながら。
That's true.
そうやったかな。そうやとしても2階におったわしがなんで外におる三木本君を殴ったりできるんや。
The first thing I said when I started the stream is no one with an Osakan accent would be a murderer. I'm gonna be so mad if I was 100% wrong about that. Yeah, sorry, I forgot to mention. Ryukushi wrote an additional scenario for this remake. I don't think that's what we're playing now, but yeah, they brought him on for it because he's such a fan of the original. It's really cool.
少し考えてみれば簡単にできることがわかります。
I tried off and looked around the room. No one said a word.
三木本さんが襲われたのは田中さんの部屋の真下です。そして田中さんの部屋のすぐ前に廊下を挟んで加山さんの部屋があるんです。
Hmm?
誰にも見られずに
Oh yeah, like dropping something from above. I totally forgot about that possibility. That's totally possible.
じゃあ加山さんは田中さんの部屋から下にいる三木本さんを。
多分ね、簡単なことだよ。ちょっとしたロープの先に重くて硬い石か何かを結びつける。あとは下に犠牲者が来るのを待って。
I demonstrated with a few quick motions of my
だから
hands.
こそすぐ前後にいたはずの敏夫さんや小林さんが誰も見ていなかったんです。何しろ犯人は現場にはいなかったんですから。
I'd been sure about my theory at first, but I shared it aloud. I grew more and more confident. I mean, I don't think it's him. I really don't. Toshio suddenly locked himself at the still seated Kayama. Toshio had his fingers locked around Kayama's throat, doing his best to squeeze the life out of him. Kayama desperately tried to pry Toshio's hands from his neck, but to no avail. At first, everyone just watched in total shock. But as soon as Kayama began gasping for air, Kobayashi scrambled to pull Toshio off of him. Kobayashi's shout snapped Mikimoto out of his astonishment. He hurried to grab Toshio. I reflexively positioned myself to best protect Mari. See, this scene here, I bet this looked a lot better in the original. I bet we would get lots of, like, dynamic poses and stuff with the silhouettes, but now we just get nothing. I'm salty. It took two people to finally restrain Toshio, who was snarling like a rabid dog at this point. Kayama wheezed and tried to catch his breath, one hand held protectively to his throat. Haruko had gone as wise as a ghost, and her hands were trembling. We are jumping to conclusions a lot here, folks. Toshio's glared at Kayama, his eyes burning with hatred, while Mikimoto did his best to restrain him. Kobayashi slapped Toshio hard across the face. The sound left us stunned for a moment. Toshio, who had been on the receiving end of the slap, looked up at Kobayashi with a wounded expression. Kobayashi, grim-faced, began scolding the stammering Toshio. Next he turned to me. I was a little offended by that. Before I could even start to reply, Mari jumped to my defense. There's no decisive evidence. There's no punch that really proves it. Kobayashi opened his mouth to speak, but then thought better of it. Aki suddenly stood up and began to shout.
私この人と一緒にいたくありません。部屋に戻ります。
The guy she was referring to, of course, was Kayama.
私も戻る。
Kanako and Keiko stood up as well.
ちょっと待ってください。一緒にいた方が安全なのははっきりしてるんです。ですから。
Aki leveled her gaze at the panicked Kobayashi.
じゃあこのおじさんをどこかに縛り付けといてよ。
Yeah.
人殺しと一緒にお茶なんか飲んでられるわけないでしょ。
They're gonna tie him up and someone's gonna get murdered. I was like, well. She was nearly shrieking by the time she was done. I thought Aki was just a normal, unassuming girl, but the glare she fixed Kobayashi with at the moment was terrifying. A chill ran down my spine at the mere sight of it.
とにかく私は今夜は部屋から絶対出ないつもりですから。
There was a note of finality in her voice as she and the other girls stormed up the stairs.
いいんですか？女の子だけじゃやばいんじゃないのかな。
As the girls left, Mikimoto's eyes kept flickering helplessly between them and the rest of us.
犯人が死んでしまえばみんな安心して眠れますよ。
I just remembered something. The letter that was left in the girls' room saying that there's going to be a murder at midnight. That was left before Mikimoto arrived. Which means he couldn't have put it there. Interesting. So, that's a hole in my theory. Unless he had an accomplice. I don't know. This is going a completely different direction than I expected. I don't think Kaya was the killer, but let's just see where this goes. Toshio glared at Kama as he said this.
なんや、まだわしがやったと思っとるんか。そや、大塩君、そもそも君が一番の容疑者なんやで。泣いて見せたかて、わしは騙されへん。なんだと、まだとぼけやがるのか。
Toshio's face flushed crimson as he started shouting again. An anguished voice rang out. Kyoko buried her face in her hands and began sobbing. Toshio, meanwhile, just stood there dumbfounded.
そんな風にお互い疑り合って罵り合って。
でもママさん、こいつは緑を。
Toshio's words went unheard by Kyoko.
嘘よ。こんなの嘘よ。全部夢なんだ。こんなことあるわけがないのよ。
She kept looking down at the floor, muttering the same things over and over. What's with this lady? There's something going on with this lady. She's just like very like weak-willed. She's just like doesn't say anything. Then whenever things get like loud, she starts crying. That's like her entire character so far. So I'm like, okay, what's your story, girl? What's going on? Toshio, who'd been watching all this unfold, suddenly turned to me. I don't know, maybe she's just got trauma. No, I'm just got my doubts. I'm sorry. I hesitated for a moment before answering. Well, look, I'm the player, I'm not the one that fucking incriminated this guy. Toshio erupted at me. Everyone in the room looked at one another. Mari spoke up first. That's exactly it. That's not decisive proof. That's just you can't think of another explanation. There's not enough to decide someone's the culprit, Mari. A few of the others nodded. No. Poor, I feel bad for Kayama. I don't think he's the culprit. Toshio's lips twisted into a smile. I wasn't sure whether Toshio was taking this, or where Toshio was taking this.
弁護は本人か奥さんがやればいい。全員一致で有罪ってことになったら、
まさか殺すっちゅうんや。
そうしてやりたいところだけどね。閉じ込めておくってのがせいぜいだろう。
Although Toshio sounded disappointed, Kama's face lit up with relief.
それで気が済むんやったら好きにしたらええ。
それじゃトール君、告発を始めてくれ。
I wasn't thrilled at being thrown into this position, but everyone was looking at me expectantly. Seeing no other option, I began speaking in the solemn tones I'd so often heard in TV courtroom dramas.
加山誠一さんを田中さんおよび篠崎みどりさん殺害。
Do we know anything about this guy? Like, the Kobayashi's, like, you have his name on record, right? Do you know anything about him? Mikimoto sounded apologetic.
および三木本さんへの暴行傷害の容疑で告発したいと思います。大体のことはさっき言いましたから、要点を整理して述べます。田中さんを殺すことができ、なおかつ三木本さんを殴ることができたのは加山さんだけです。よって加山さんが犯人だと思われます。
加山さん、無罪を主張しますか？
Toshio asked sarcastically.
当たり前や。わしはやってへん。
では弁護側の反論を。
そんな猿芝居が続けられるかい。やってへんもんはやってへん。俺しか言うことないわい。
そうですか。じゃあ評決を取ってみましょう。彼が有罪だと思う人は？
Toshio was the first to raise his hand. Marius went up next, and I felt obligated to raise mine as well. Eventually, almost everyone's hands lifted hesitantly into the air. The only one still lowered belonged to the Kobayashis and Haruko, Kayama's wife.
では無罪だと思う人は？
Kayama's hand shot into the air, but to my surprise, neither Haruko nor the Kobayashis raised theirs. Damn.
どういうことです？
Undecided. Kobayashi whispered as he responded.
どっちとも判断がつかないってことだ。
Even his wife, though, damn. I knew their marriage was in trouble.
加山さんの奥さんもそうなんですか？
Toshio seemed astonished. Haruko bit her lip and looked away from her husband.
まさかわしのことが信用できんちゅうんやないやろな。
Oh. She kept her eyes averted and refused to answer him. Toshio decided not to pursue the matter any further and brought the trial to a close.
3人は危険とみなしていいでしょう。全員一致で有罪と決定しました。
もう勝手にせえ。
閉じ込めておく場所はやっぱり地下室がいいでしょうね。いいですね、オーナー。
Kobayashi nodded, a pained expression on his face. Toshio went over to the front desk, plucked one of the keys from the wall, then called over to Kayama.
さあ、こっちへどうぞ。
I was aghast. For a moment, I thought I saw a creepy smile flicker across Toshio's lips.
居心地のええ部屋頼むで。
Kayama played along, trying to put a brave face on things. Kayama gave his wife a reassuring nod.
マリちゃん、悪いけど毛布を2、3枚持ってきてよ。
Toshio turned back as he opened the cellar door.
雑誌も5、6冊な。
Toshio glared at the older man, his jaw clenched. Kayama's casual jest must have rubbed in the wrong way. Thankfully, things didn't escalate any further. Mari hurried upstairs and a few moments later returned with the requested blankets and
ほ
magazines.
な、おやすみ。
Once he'd been handed his supplies, Kayama smiled and stepped through the cellar door. Then he slowly descended into the depths of the lodge, illuminated by the yellowish glow of the bare light bulb. I didn't know there was a cellar. Once Kayama was finally out of sight, Toshio slammed the door shut and carefully locked it.
これでみんな安心して眠れるはずだ。そうだろう。
No! Mari and I looked at each other for a moment, then nodded. Right. There was nothing more to worry about, or at least there shouldn't be. So then why did I have this inescapable sense of unease? Because you're wrong! Once Toshio returned to the lounge, he pressed the key he was holding into Kobayashi's hand. Kobayashi seemed distracted. First reply, you'd be hard pressed to tell who was the employer and who was the employee. I'm into this now. It's hard to put down. Kyoko was still crying, her shoulders heaving with every sob. Kobayashi gently put an arm around his wife's shoulders and helped her to her feet. I was also like doing some research into this game, and like it got a bunch of adaptations. So, like there was like a live action movie adaptation, and there was like a sound drama adaptation and a novel adaptation. It really got around. And one interesting factoid I learned was the sound novel and novel versions had different culprits than the game. So each experience was a little bit different. I think that's really cool. I love stuff like that. Yeah. That's just, I think that's neat. The only people left in the lounge are me, Mari, Toshio, Mikimoto, and Haruko. A faint voice broke the silence. I was baffled. Oh, really? I didn't know about that. That's wild. But that just goes to show how popular this game was in Japan, right? Fucking everyone was talking about it. But these games just never like got any recognition overseas. It's really sad. The radio drama was about WMD smuggling terrorists? What the fuck? Oh my god. Wait, I skipped that. Can I say she swore her husband wasn't the killer, but for her to suggest the exact opposite? What kind of couple were they? There was like some hinting that Haruko and Kobayashi might have a thing for each other. So there might be a little bit of eloping going on. It's interesting. Not eloping, what's the word? Fucking infidelity. So apparently there was an iOS version that did have an English translation. Yeah, I heard about that. Apparently it's shit. I feel like there was a wave of like English translations of visual novels on iOS that were all really bad. They changed the names of the characters. Oh my goodness. Gosh. Yeah. So I remember Planetarian got a fucking translation many years ago on iOS. It was just, they changed the names of the characters and stuff. I don't know what it was back then. There's a bunch of developers trying to get those classic visual novels on iOS in English, and no one played them. And those that did like hated the translations. But yeah, I don't know. I wonder how the iOS version looks. If it looks closer to the Super Famicom version, that would be cool, I guess. Yeah, Banshee's Last Cry is what they called it. Yeah. Instead of the Kamaitachi, which is like a sickle weasel yokai thing. They mentioned it at the start of the game. Oh, God. Excuse me. Toshio snapped at us, which confused me even more. No, he didn't. Mikimoto left the question hanging there. Toshio said the words for a sneer. With that, Toshio headed down the hallway. The rest of us settled into an uneasy silence, not sure what to say around Haruko. She looked down at the floor, then opened her mouth to speak. I looked over at Mari in confusion, but she seemed just as bewildered as me. Oh.
仕事の方じゃ鬼社長とか人手なしとか相当ひどいこと言われてるんですよ。でも私には仕事のことは何も言いませんから、実際どんなことをしたのかは知りません。
でも加山さんが何か悪どいことをやってきたんだとしても、恨まれる理由にはなっても殺す理由にはならないでしょ。
Suddenly, it sounded like I was defending Kayama.
殺されそうになったら逆に殺してしまうことだってあるでしょうね。
Mikimoto suggested another possibility. Something like that might make sense, I thought to myself. Someone's planning to kill Mr. Kayama, but he decided to take matters into his own hand to kill him first. Leech. I wonder if that Tanaka guy had some sort of grudge against Kayama and followed him here to the lodge. Mari forced herself to sound cheerful. I might need to stop soon. My stomach is rumbling a lot. I need some food. It's getting late, but this is hard to put down. I don't want to stop. Should I do more streams of this? I don't know. What do you think, Amelia? Mikimoto watched her leave with obvious concern. Feels like the first day is wrapping up. I knew we'd have to head up eventually, but since Mari and I had separate rooms, that meant we'd be splitting up. The prospect left me feeling anxious. Yeah. Wait, what? Hold on. Wait, I chose the wrong option. No, I chose the wrong option. It was B. I mean, it's like... I was hesitant to propose we spend the night together. No, you need to spend the night together. No. Back. I don't care if it's just horny. It's correct. He's right, you know. I made a bold suggestion. We felt a little uneasy about turning off the lights, so we left everything as it was and went upstairs. So we followed Mikimoto up the stairs. He teetered backward for a moment. But Mikimoto was eventually able to make it back to his room under his own power. I mean, like, the strategy is to all fucking, like, alright, get as many people in one room as you can. It doesn't matter if it's uncomfortable. It doesn't matter if you sleep like shit. Sleep on the fucking floor if you have to. Stay together. It is the best way to survive. That's what I was thinking. But someone's going to die tonight. Everyone sleep in the lounge. I don't care. Mikimoto offered us these parting words, then disappeared into his room. I wasn't sure what I was supposed to be watching for, but given the situation, it seemed fitting advice. I opened the door to my room and let Mari inside. First time I see her in the room. She sat down on one of the beds and I perched myself on the other, facing her. My body was exhausted, but I doubt I'd be going to sleep anytime soon. A hush fell over the room. Late night at the lodge. Alone in a room with Mari. The moment I'd be waiting for. No! I mean, it's an all ages game. It kind of a sex scene, but I'm pretty sure this is all ages. I mean, it was on Super Famicom. Which one is less sexually provocative? I feel like that one's more friendly. I don't know. No? Okay, you thought it was A? Alright. No, we're not doing a fucking sex scene. No. I refuse. Okay. Oh, they went to sleep cuddling. Oh. This is a Christian stream. When I woke, I was all alone in bed. I rubbed the sleep from my eyes and looked around the room. Mari was nowhere to be seen. Oh, great. Called out her name, but there was no reply. I glanced at my watch and now 3:50 in the morning. Miss! Maybe she was taking a shower? I listened carefully, but the only sound was the shrieking of the wind outside my window. Now, I was really thinking I should make a reaction sticker of Battler saying fuck. I think that would be appropriate right now. I stopped and approached my door. It was open. Oh no. She went through me. Is this because I didn't have sex? Is this what abstinence has got me? Uh-oh. Someone locked my door and stuck inside while I was sleeping? And how that person absconded with the sleeping Mari? It couldn't be. There's no way they could have managed that feat without waking at least one of us up. And what would even be the point? No, for some reason Mari had left of her own free will. Maybe she should go back to her room to get something. Or to use a shower. And noticing I was sleeping, she decided not to wake me up. Whatever the reason, Mari was alone now. Black tendrils of fear caught around my heart. I had to make sure she was okay. I need to find her. The hallway was utterly silent, as if everyone was sleeping. With magic! Exactly! She was compelled with magic to leave the room. But the lights were all still on. I tiptoed over to Mari's door. I knocked on the door and called out a name. No answer. I pressed my ear against the wood. Same as before, there was only wind. This is probably the most unsettling moment of the entire game so far. I mean, like, being all alone in the middle of the night. You're about to get murdered. Something bad's gonna happen. It's good. The bathroom was right next to the door, so I'd be able to hear if she was showering, but there wasn't a single sound. I grabbed the knob and gave it a twist. Door opened. I heard a scream from downstairs. That sound! Scream fueled by genuine terror. Sounds so awful. Merely hearing it was enough to make a person tremble. Sorry, the die mode isn't working because my avatar isn't on at the moment. Mari had just encountered something terrifying. She was now screaming for help. Despite that realization, my feet remained rooted to the spot. I turned off my avatar to be a bit more spooky, I guess. I didn't want to come face to face with whatever could inspire such a mortal fright. All these thoughts flashed through my mind in an instant. Mari screamed again, a weaker scream than the first, one driven by sorrow rather than fear. The upstairs remained deathly silent, almost like everyone else had disappeared. I expected someone would hear Mari's cries and come running, but no one emerged. I mean, Mari could be in danger, but it's probably more likely that she saw a dead body. She would probably be screaming for help if she was, like, facing the murderer right now. So, I'm gonna follow my brain and knock on the doors. I flew down the hallway, banged on doors I went. Dead silence. Oh god, is everyone dead? So I had to start horroring again when a horrible thought came to me. What if everyone had already been killed except for me, even Mari? Froze. Uh-oh. And inside I decided. This isn't looking good, chat. This isn't looking good. I'm not... Alright, no one's responding. They're probably dead. Which means it might be the killer. But if it isn't, then that could be a horrible outcome. I could, like, push Mari down the stairs. This is a tense decision, chat. Oh. Let's kill it. I quietly pressed myself against the water stairs and waited. Sounds of footsteps getting closer and closer. My heart was beating so loudly, I was sure the killer must be able to hear. I didn't know who this person was, but if they'd murdered Mari... Anger swelled in my chest. I sprung from my hiding place just as the footsteps reached the top of the stairs. Then I thrust my hands. Uh-oh. No! No! Uh-oh. No, I killed her. Oh. Unlucky. Person lay at the bottom of the stairway, their eyes and legs and necks bent all strange. Oh no! I did this! Oopsies. It couldn't be Mari! My legs were no longer listening to me as if they were encased in thick plaster. I had to force them to carry me down the stairs one step at a time. Uh-oh. She didn't respond to my calls. Maybe she's unconscious. There's thin streams of blood running through her nose and mouth. She's just unconscious. It's fine. I knelt down and picked up Mari's body. Her head flopped backward. No. It's all because I didn't have sex. The only thought in my head was to run away from this nightmare, from this lodge, and from Mari, whom I'd killed. I bolted out the front door. I didn't feel the cold. I just kept running. Even if I stumbled, I would get back up and keep running. Even if I ran to a tree, I would change directions and keep running. I don't know how long I kept it up. Before I knew it, I was lying face down in a cushion of snow, no longer able to even stand. How could you do this? More snow was piling up on my back, protecting me from the cutting winds. I didn't know snow could be so warm. Ah, at last, and into my dream, to my nightmare. That was a cool bad ending. I got a little bit of goosebumps from that. That was good. I actually feel bad for that decision. Oh no. Nipa. But I feel like something bad was going on there. I really want to see what the other choice would happen. What? It's Mari. What around? What did she see? Relief flooded over me. She leapt into my arms. I held her trembling body tightly against my chest. Uh-oh. Those few words were enough to give me the idea of what had happened, though I hated to even contemplate it. There had been another attack, and this time the victims were Mr. and Mrs. Kobayashi, right? I couldn't believe it. Innocent people being killed one after another was all so unthinkable. So I asked in stunned disbelief. Mari could only nod. Then I remembered about Kayama in the cellar. Had he escaped from captivity, found Mr. and Mrs. Kobayashi, and then? Before I heard anything else, I had to check on Mr. and Mrs. Kobayashi. I took hold of Mari's hand. When I tried to lead her downstairs, she pulled away from me, shaking her head. It must have been an awful sight. Ugh. There's no way I could force her to relive that, but by the same token, I couldn't just leave her here. It took some convincing, but she finally agreed. I noticed a mop handle lying on the floor of the hallway. I picked it up and held it at the ready. Then I suddenly remembered about Kayama. What was his situation down that cellar? What if he escaped from captivity and then murdered Mr. and Mrs. Kobayashi? I don't think so. The cellar happened to be on our way. Curious, I took a quick peek. Cellar door was open. No, it couldn't be. My heart started jackhammering with fear. I made a quick about face and hurried toward the Kobayashi's room. There were 3 rooms at the end of the first floor hallway. Mari came to a sudden halt in front of the one at the far end. She started gently tugging at my hand. Is this it? Mari nodded. I let go of her hand, then gulped nervously and stepped inside the room. The lights were all still on. The Kobayashi's kitchenette and tatami floored living room were bright and cheery. The dining area was much like what you'd find in any other home. Seeing it like this, you'd never know anything was wrong. What? What? Kobayashi was there. He sat on the floor, back to the wall, and legs splayed out before him. A large kitchen knife protruded sickeningly from his stomach, and a pool of blood had been formed beneath him. Both of Kobayashi's hands were wrapped around the knife handle. He'd probably tried to pull it from his gut, but it only ended up looking like he'd committed seppuku. Yeah, I guess so. My gorge began to rise. I quickly covered my mouth with my hand. Certain I was going to vomit at any moment, I made a mad dash for the bathroom. But as soon as I opened the door, something came tumbling out at me. Oh no! It was a bloody hand. Yeah! I yelped in terror. The bathroom was awash with blood. Kyoko was naked, her head propped up against the tub. Her sightless eyes stared up at me. She was killed while showering? It took only an instant to see she was dead. Say again. Her head propped up against the tub. Yeah. Doesn't give me much info. So Shriek hadn't been fueled by fear alone. What a shock it must have been to discover them here like this. When I thought about how Mari must have felt at that moment, I was beset by almost unbearable sadness and pity. I rushed out of the room and found Mari standing there with tears in her eyes. She wanted to know if they were truly dead. I would have kept the truth from her if I could, but I looked down at the ground and nodded. For just a moment, I could have sworn I saw a shadow slip across the hallway. Uh-oh. I pointed at her up horror. Had the killer been watching us the whole time? If so, was it Kayama or someone else? This is another moment where I can totally see like it just flashing like a silhouette for a split second in the original game. It's like peeking out from the door or something. I don't know if that's true or not. I might be making shit up. But I can totally see that being the case. I wasn't so sure anymore. I regret my arm painfully. My hands were sweating as I tightened my grip on the mop handle. Then we slowly retraced our steps back to the lounge. I thought that I could hear someone breathing out here in the shadows, and it left me in a constant state of alarm. We finally reached the cellar. The door was open. Huh? Who unlocked it? Got his name down the narrow stairway. He's dead too. They're all dead. Step by cautious step, we made our way down beneath the lodge. I kept a firm grasp of Mari's hand as she followed close behind me. A bare bulb cast the only light in the chilly wine cellar. Yeah, he's dead. He dead. You fucked up. There, illuminated by its glow, Kayama lay face down on the floor. His head was wedged to one side, his eyes were wide open. A pool of inky blood, maybe a meter wide, was spread out from beneath his head. Kayama too. All rational thought fled my mind. Dismembered bodies, unseen attackers, Midori beaten to death, Kayama, the Kobayashis. Things that moved far beyond the realm of deductions and theorizing. It was magic! Our only concern now, how would we survive until dawn? Once we figured that out, Mari and I would join the ranks of the dead. That one thought needed to drive all the decisions from this point forward. Mari turned her face from Kayama's corpse, sobbing as she clung to me. I grabbed her by the shoulders and started to shake her. And as I did, the light came back to her eyes. I wasn't sure what to do next, but anything was better than staying down here with a dead body. Mari and I climbed back up the stairs, keeping a watchful eye on our surroundings. We'd need to gather everyone and tell them what we'd found, and Haruka would almost certainly have to be our first stop. Still holding Mari's hand, I went upstairs and started banging on everyone's doors. Yeah, they're not alive, my dude. The first door to open, if only a crack, belonged to the three girls. Oh, Kaneko's eyes started darting back and forth between Mari and me. Oh, she's alive! She's still wearing the same clothes as earlier. She must have been awake this whole time. Uh-oh. Why didn't you respond before? As I gave a grim nod, Haruko opened the door and came out to the hallway. I couldn't find the words. Mari turned away and began to cry again. Haruko seemed to guess what had happened in an instant. The blood drained from her face. She stumbled backward and reached out to the wall for support. I tried to rush over and help her, but she stopped with an outstretched hand. I was afraid she'd faint upon hearing something that had happened to her husband, but it seemed like she was stronger than I'd given her credit for. Kaneko asked in a whisper. I heard the two of the other girls gasp behind her. A hushed deliberation took place behind the girl's door, then Kaneko turned back to me and nodded. After a few gentle nudges, Haruko shuffled inside the girls' room. Her face was as motionless as a doll's. There was one more person accounted for upstairs, Mikimoto. Where's Toshio? Why wasn't he coming out? Had he been the one to kill those people? I think he was, but I gave Kaneko a heads up, then went over to Mikimoto's door, pounding the door as loudly as I could. Still no reply. Slowly I reached out for the knob and turned it. It was unlocked. Had he left his room? No, he hadn't. Mikimoto was in his bed under the covers. What had he been thinking not locking a door in a situation like this? Was he that confident he wouldn't be killed? Or could he be the... I approached his bed and began shouting right into his ear. Oh no. Mari gasped. No! Sonna! Shook his body beneath the sheets. He felt as stiff as a board. He's a culprit. How could he be dead? As I said this, I gently took hold of the arm poking out from under the covers. He was cold as ice. Checked my head back involuntarily. Check the face. Confirm the identity. I could have risked getting further search for a pulse. Confirm the identity of the corpse, damn it. No, but he was dead. No, wait. Had he really been murdered? What do you mean? Mari looked up at me in surprise. I mean, I guess. That's a bit of a reach, but... That's a big leap. But it was easy to imagine him having succumbed to his injuries rather than being brutally slain. Mari brought her hands to her mouth in sudden horror.
どうかした？
関本さんがここで死んでる。加山さんもおじさんたちも。じゃあみんなを殺したのはやっぱり。
Toshio? Had he been the killer after all? The way it grieved Midori's death, his murderous rage at Karma afterward. Had it all been an act?
マリ、戻ろう。
Did they actually, like, see, his face? Under the covers. Like, do they, like, his face is fine? Yeah, shouting into his ear. So I assumed that his head was uncovered. It's vague, but that sounds pretty dead. I don't know anymore. Grabbed Mari by the hand and hurried to Mikimoto's room. When we got back to the girls' room, I closed it and locked the door behind us. Three of them were huddled in the far corner of the room, presumably to protect themselves from us. But they didn't seem to have any intention of kicking us out.
生きてるのは僕たちだけです。
It sounded so strange to hear myself say that out loud. Was everyone else really dead? Maybe this could all be some horrible mistake. Everything felt so unreal, like I'd wandered onto the set of a TV show or something.
主人を殺したんですか？
Haruko stood there in the middle of the room, her voice flat and emotionless.
しか考えられません。
I think that's...
他にそんなことのできそうな人は残ってないし。敏夫さんは加山さんを殺しかねない勢い
I thought Toshio was suspicious at the start, but it really laid on thick. I thought he was a red herring. Surely. And so the words I realized something felt wrong.
敵を撃ったつもりなのかもしれないわ。
Mario looked up in sudden realization.
みどりさん。じゃあ小林さんたちにあんなひどいことをしたのは誰なんだ？
そりゃ敏夫さんじゃないの？
どうしてそんなひどいことしなきゃいけないんだよ。
だって地下室の鍵はおじさんに渡したじゃないの。
Hold on. He given the cellar key to my uncle. He needed the key to open the cellar door. So he'd slaughtered Mr. and Mrs. Kobayashi so he could reach Kayama?
そんなの狂ってる。
It's pretty insane. From a certain perspective, it also made perfect sense. Kayama killed Tanaka and Midori. Then Toshio killed the Kobayashis, took the cellar key and exacted his revenge on Kayama. If that was how it happened, then there shouldn't be any more danger, right? There was no reason for Toshio to kill me, Mari, or the girls. Not unless he'd gone insane and was just murdering people at random. But given what he'd done to the poor Kobayashis, insanity seemed a pretty likely option. As I recalled that grisly scene, I felt sick to my stomach all over again.
これからどうするの？
Mari was crouched down beside one of the beds, her voice barely a whisper.
朝まで我慢するんだ。
朝になったらどうするの？
天気も多少回復するだろうし、電話も通じてるかもしれない。誰か来てくれるかもしれない。
Maybe, might. Everything I was saying seemed a little more than wishful thinking.
もし
Little more than wishful
天気も
thinking.
電話も何も変わってなかったら。
天気はいずれ回復するさ。その時に山を降りればいい。
It wouldn't be that easy, of course. Even after the blizzard finally stops, the roads would be impassable until they got plowed. We wouldn't even be able to get out of the lodge parking lot. No, our cars had long since been buried under snow. It seemed doubtful we'd even be able to find them in the first place. The others must have been thinking something similar because the mood in the room sank steadily. I'm going to drop out now and read a little while, Sophie Gambate. Okay, Amelia, thank you for hanging out. I'm probably going to be ending stream soon anyway. Catch you later. The others might have been thinking something similar because the mood in the room sank steadily. The horror and shock we were all feeling was all because we'd just borne witness to the series of brutal murders, something completely divorced from our everyday lives. Bye-bye. And now there was nowhere left for us to run. Trapped in that tiny room, listening to the wind howling outside, the weight of such thoughts quickly became crushing. Could end up senselessly murdered just like the rest of them. The sense of dread was suffocating. Yes, I could end up just like Kayama, or the Kobayashis, or even Tanaka. Barricading ourselves in this room certainly seemed like the safest course of action for now. But that left Toshio free to roam the rest of the lodge. He was waiting out there, ready to pounce the moment he spied an opening? Just thinking about it made me uneasy. Part of me felt like it would be safer to hide somewhere else. How much time did I spend lost in thought like that? It felt like hours had passed, but when I looked at my watch, it wasn't even 5 o'clock yet. Haruko drifted over to the window, wiping the condensation away with her sleeve to get a better look.
よくわからないけど相変わらずみたいですね。
Three girls were still huddled close together, their eyelids drooping. They all looked exhausted, and there were dark circles under their eyes. I mean, yeah, like, if it's not Toshio... If it's not Toshio... I do feel very confused right now. I'm very lost, I'm going to be honest. If it's not Toshio, then he must be dead. But if he's dead, then who the fuck is it? Then is it just Toshio? I don't know. Mari looked terrible too. Her face was puffy from crying, her hair was a mess, and her bloodshot eyes had those same dark circles beneath them. I was sure I looked just as bad, of course. I really want to end this chat. I'm hungry as heck. It is actually getting quite late. But I don't want to end it. I want to know what happens. Feels like anything could happen. Just a few more lines. We find out if Toshio is alive or not. Just a little more. And you can be so sad that you find yourself all cried out, but in Haruka says it seems like she couldn't decide if she was sad to begin with. Wait. A seed of doubt took root in my mind. Yeah, it could be her. I did say, like, if it was one of the two of them, it would be her. It could be her. It seems like she might have a motive for killing her husband, at least. I decided that it was Kayama who killed Tanaka and Midori. But if Kayama could have committed the crime, then couldn't Haruko have done so as well? After all, she claimed to be with him the whole time. Could the two of them possibly have been co-conspirators? If so, then Haruko could have made everything go away by arranging it to look like Toshio had killed Kayama. To all appearances, Toshio would have committed the later murders in an attempt to take revenge on Kayama, the original killer. It was a definite possibility. I did my best to hide the fear that something clutched in my heart. It was okay. It was all okay. There was nothing to worry about. Even if it were true, there was no way that woman could kill me, not unless I got careless. Besides, if things had really happened that way, she'd have no reason to commit more crimes. If she had killed more people now, it would defeat the whole point of her having pinned the blame on Kayama and Toshio to begin with. I couldn't be sure of anything anymore. What the hell happened here? Who was the killer? Are we still in danger? What should we do next? The cavalcade of horrors I'd witnessed, one after another, made it almost impossible for me to separate delusion from reality. Oh. Ding dong. Ding dong! There's an electronic ding dong sound, sort of like a chime. Mari asked me this anxiously, but I had no idea. That was impossible, of course. There was no way someone would have travelled out to this mountain lodge before dawn in the middle of a blizzard, no less. I think I'm near a bad ending, chat. But the chimes rang out again. Ding dong, and again. Ding dong, and again. We all looked at each other. Okay, we shuddered and shriek and sank down beside the bed. She kept repeating prayer to herself, trembling all the while. The chime sounded again. What does it mean? I died! I'm so lost. They've got me. Confused. Kaneko leapt to her feet. bolted the door and tried to open it. No, Kanako, don't fucking do this. There's no chance of help around. This is a trap. I quickly put my hand on Kanako's arm. You fool! Indeed, the chimes kept on sounding. Keiko began to chant even louder, as if she thought the Holy Ghost itself was ringing the doorbell. The sight of her praying, hair all bedraggled like a mad woman, it only served to intensify the eeriness of our situation. It's the weasel! The weasel is here, guys! It's the Kamaitachi! It could be Toshio ringing that bell. I wasn't even sure what I was saying anymore. That's stupid, Toru. You would know something like that was possible. I was just saying the first thing that came to mind. That's surely not. I can understand if you're getting really desperate, but that can't be right. It's still a blizzard outside. Gotta show my hand away with terrifying stroke. Maybe if you all leave at once, you might have a chance. But it's very risky. I don't know. Yeah, what would I do in this situation? Fuck. It's fucked. You're all gonna die. Well, she's going anyway. She ran through the door before I could stop her. Yeah, it's over. What do you do in this situation? I think it's fucked no matter what, but I don't know. I'm so lost now. I'm hungry, I'm tired, and all of my theories are going out the window at this point. Are we assuming Toshio's the murderer now? I don't think he is. I think he's a victim. But right now, it's probably the closest thing I have to any kind of theory. I don't think it doesn't feel right, though. It doesn't vibe with me. But someone rang that doorbell, whether that's Toshio or the actual killer or help. Chance of help is almost 0. Which means it's almost definitely a trap. Which means that she's about to get murdered. If I go out there, I might be able to stop a murder. Unless the lady here, I forget her name, is the murderer. No, stay here. Stay here. It's death if we leave this room. I worried Toshio would come doing phone after her. My with frustration, I turned back to Mario Alice. Then let's all go. Why? Why? I don't know. It's a sign for me, I guess. I grabbed my mop handle and raced into the hallway. There was no sign of Kanako. I listened closely, but I couldn't hear the sound of the chimes either. I ran to the stairs and sprinted down to the first floor. Kanako was standing there at the entrance. Looking past her, I could see the glass of the outer door had been smashed in. Someone's hand reached through it, grasping for the knob. Ooh. They were trying to unlock the door. Ugh. I tightened my grip on the mop handle, then hurried over for a better look. Wind and snow were blowing through the jagged opening into the foyer. The hand, reaching through the broken window, was dripping with blood. I timidly poked at it with the end of my mop handle, no reaction. I didn't know who was on the other side, but it looked like we had ourselves yet another dead body. What? I felt a curious remove from the situation. Is that how you use that word? Remove? Felt a curious remove from the situation, like it was all happening to someone else. I cautiously reached down to undo the lock, then pushed the door open. A violent gust of wind rushed into the foyer, leaving me momentarily blinded by whirls of snow. At the same moment, the body that had been propped up against the door now toppled backward. A pair of lifeless eyes stared at me from a face covered in blood and snow. Toshio's eyes. My question was immediately drowned out by the howling wind. Why had Toshio been out here? What the fuck is going on? Toshio was killed outside, and like he was calling for help. Oh god. So the only way, it had to be Tanaka then. And I don't like the Tanaka theory. I think that's a little bit lame. But it has to be Tanaka now, doesn't it? There's no other possibility. The wind started whipping up even more snow, so I hurried back inside and closed the door before it got any worse. Konako was sitting there on the floor, openly weeping. It was hard to imagine she'd killed Toshio during the few seconds I'd been chasing her. So I keep trying to meta this game and it keeps outsmarting me because maybe I'm overthinking it. So who the hell had done it then? I didn't know. Whoever it was, they seemed to have attacked Toshio somewhere outside. I mean, the killer was a stranger after all. Someone was able to come and go without being seen, patiently picking us off one by one. Was there some demonic killer out in the blizzard right now, lying in wait for another victim? Her eerie words sent shivers down my spine. Kanako was staring off into the void, mumbling to herself. I wanted to tell her that was ridiculous, but I couldn't. Were we all doomed to die? Was there really no escaping our fate? Me, Mari too? I didn't know what to do. How could I fight against someone who seemed to be the devil incarnate? I felt the sudden urge to pray. It didn't matter to which god, Christian, Islamic, Buddhist, Hindu, whatever, as long as they could rid us of this demonic killer. Toshio dead. I suddenly heard Mari's voice and looked up. She was already halfway downstairs. Tojo, leave that room. We hurried into one another's arms. There was no hesitation, no shame. Just a single moment of solace after a long night of fear and despair. I told her about Toshio lying dead outside. It's Tanaka. Mari started to shout. It sounded wildly implausible. He was right, of course, but I wasn't exactly looking forward to it. If on further inspection it seemed clear that Toshio had been murdered, I didn't know what I'd do next, but as much as I would have liked to, I couldn't ignore what was out there. I had no choice. I opened the front door and stepped onto the windswept porch. Toshio had fallen onto his back. There was already an inch of snow piled on top of him. I couldn't even see his features anymore. I reached out and brushed the powder from his face. A spot of bright red snow remained frozen to his forehead. He seemed to have bled a lot from that particular spot. Fighting back the urge to vomit, I scraped the red from his brow to reveal a nasty gash underneath. The whole span of his forehead to his hairline was a mangled mess. It looked like he'd been bashed repeatedly in the head with something hard, but not being a doctor, I couldn't tell much more than that.
どこかから落ちて頭を打ったのかもしれない。誰かに
I'd run back inside, begun telling Mari something I didn't even believe myself. I didn't want to admit the truth of the matter. Another scream echoed through the lodge. One as sharp as a knife and full of fear. Please, I thought, not again. I couldn't take any more. Was there no end to this nightmare? A wave of despair washed over me. I felt like my legs might give way at any moment. Without saying a word, Mari and I reached out and joined hands. Everyone's dead. Kaneko sat on the floor, repeating the same two words to herself again and again. It was as if we weren't even there. I wanted to punch her, anything to shut her up. What the fuck, dude? Shh. I hate this guy. What was that? Where'd that line come from? What the fuck? Okay. Was I really going to die? I turned my back on Kaneko and went upstairs with Mari. I had the mop handle ready in my right hand, of course. Before we even made to the top of the stairs, I could see that someone had collapsed in the hallway. Was it Aki, Keiko, or it was Kayama's wife, Haruko? Was she the one who'd screamed? This latest incident didn't faze me in the slightest. I'd long since reached my saturation point for fear and despair. How on earth could I feel anything more than what I was already experiencing? Throwing caution to the wind, I stepped closer to investigate. This game really has just thrown all my theories to the fucking wind, but the theory I at least want to be true seems to be most likely right now, so that kind of sucks. She gave no reply. Mari dug her fingers into my arm. Haruko lay flat on her back. An ocean of bright red blood was spreading out from beneath her head. I knelt down by her side. After shaking her shoulders briefly, checked for a pulse. Just as I thought, she was dead. Her sightless eyes were open wide, as if in a final moment of astonishment. What about Kaneko? Mari said this with a look of dawning horror. Yeah, I was confused. How and when did the person who attacked Toshio outside make it up to the second floor? That is weird, admittedly, but I'm sure it's possible. It's weird. They would have seen the killer. Unless they went up through the fucking window again. I suppose that's possible at this point. Yeah, it's possible. What about Aki and Keiko? The moment I asked myself that, I was gripped by a horrible thought. After finding the threatening note, the three girls had stayed in their room for most of the night. They seemed more afraid than anyone. But all three of them were not together. The shock of that thought was like a jolt of electricity running through me. With three people working as one, there was an awful lot they could have accomplished. Yeah, I don't think it is. Like dismembering a body in no time flat. Like maintaining the alibi of having been in the room the whole time, and like making sure Mari left the room so they could beat Haruko to death. I suddenly realized something. Now that Haruko and Toshio had been murdered, the only people left alive in this lodge were me, Mari, and those three girls. I was overwhelmed by panic. Those three would now be coming to attack us, to murder us. The specter of it was 1,000 times more terrifying than I'd thought Toshio was the killer. Than when I thought Toshio was the killer. I stood up and looked around for somewhere to take shelter. There was only my room. Pulling Mari along by my arm, I made a run for it. My hands were trembling. I could barely manage to lock the door behind us. Mari seemed confused. It took Mari a few moments to comprehend what I was saying. Mari's voice began to rise. Now I was shouting too, fueled by fear and confusion. I heard the sound of footsteps slowly coming up the stairs. Was it Kaneko, I wondered? She decided to drop the act and go back to her room now that I'd left. Would those three soon be plotting of how to dispose of me and Mari? There was a muffled shriek, and the person began running. It sounded like they ducked inside one of the rooms. It was probably Kaneko after all. Mari and I held our breath, waited, listened. I couldn't hear a thing. Mari whispered in my ear. I shook my head helplessly. I didn't know. Just stay in the room. Even though my brain was saying there was no reason to be afraid, there were just three young girls after all. My heart refused to listen. And after the parade of corpses that I'd seen that night, who could blame me? None of this seemed like the work of a normal human being. I mean, how could anyone do such a thing? It was a weasel. What reason could there be to commit these atrocities? One man, driven mad by his thirst for revenge, I could understand that. But what motive could these three girls, these seemingly average white-collar types, have to commit mass murder? The unfathomable nature of their actions made them all the more frightening. Correct. Mari asked me a question. But even as I said this, I found myself beginning to doubt that all of the girls' behavior had been a ruse. No! No, Mari, don't do that. With that, Mari turned to leave the room. I mean, yeah, kind of calling me out there. I felt the same way. I've been trying my hardest to avert tragedy all night long, but more than anything, I want to keep Mari from this horrible fate, no matter the cost. Even those girls were innocent. I didn't want to put Mari's life at risk in order to save theirs. Mari shoved me away and tried to open the door. I couldn't leave unless I knew for sure she wouldn't go wandering off alone like she had earlier. Mari seemed to wrestle with the matter briefly, but she agreed to my terms in the end. I don't get why they don't just go together at this point. Mom handled it already. I cautiously opened the door. First, I checked to make sure there was no one outside, other than Haruko, that is, who lay there in a pool of her own blood. Then I slipped out the hallway. I turned and nodded to Mari, who closed the door behind me. I heard the sturdy click of the lock button being pressed. That accomplished, I crept my way over to the girl's door. My mouth had gone bone dry and my heart was running riot. I was ashamed of myself for being so frightened of a few girls. I stopped a moment and put my ear against the door. I could hear the sounds of someone sobbing inside. Was it possible that the girls didn't have anything to do with this, just as Mari had said? But in that case, there was a crazy serial killer on the loose, like Jason in Friday the 13th. I didn't know which was more terrifying. I took hold of the doorknob and slowly began to turn it. The door was unlocked. For some reason, I wondered if Kaneko, the last to enter, had been so distraught that she'd forgotten to lock it. I opened the door and tried to peek inside. Just then I heard a strange cry. Well, Kaneko, her hair all wild, came charging at me with a ski pole. I took a few panic steps backward and felt a burning pain in my right shoulder. The pointed end of the pole had pierced straight through my shirt and deep into my flesh. When she pulled it out, the tip was red with blood, wet with blood. More frightening than Kaneko's makeshift spear on my injury was the frenzied look on her face just then. I started swinging my mop handle about in blind terror. Kaneko flinched momentarily as thud, the haft caught her in the temple. And she gave that same feral cry and came charging me again. This time her ski pole was aimed right at my face. Was I'm seeing blood in the background there. That's got to be notable. I leapt back just in the nick of time. I didn't have time to finish. She lunged at me again. I tried dodging backward once more, but I bumped against the wall. I instinctively raised my free hand in defense, and the ski pole skewered it through. Oof. I let out a silent scream of agony. The flesh of my left hand felt hot, like it was on fire. Blood trickled down my palm. Dead. If I didn't do something quick, I'd wind up dead. I held onto the ski pole with my left hand and swung the mop handle at Kaneko's head with all my strength. Again and again. Well, with every blow, a horrible crunching sensation traveled up the mop handle. With every blow, Kaneko's features distorted a little more. Before long, her face began to resemble a formless lump of clay. As that thought occurred to me, fresh crimson came spurting out of her, and I stood there, baptized in her blood. Jeez. Kaneko slowly fell to her knees, then collapsed. I watched as her body twitched and spasmed for a while, maybe seconds, then no more. It took what felt like an eternity for me to realize I'd just killed another human being. To think that I could have done such a thing. Happy Halloween, Lobo. I suddenly remembered the other two girls and snapped back to my senses. Why hadn't they come to Kaneko's defense? If they had, I'd surely be dead right now. Gingerly stepping around Kaneko's mangled corpse, I opened the door all the way and went inside. Certainly on some level I must have expected a gruesome spectacle that awaited me. Yeah. Aki and Keiko were both lying in bed, and both were drenched in blood. It looked like they'd had their skulls bashed in, just like Haruko. So Kaneko had murdered them after all? But as I thought about it for a moment, I realized that was impossible. Kaneko had gone downstairs before me and came up after me. There's no way she could have killed Haruko, let alone the two other girls. The only weapon Kaneko had was a ski pole. You could stab someone with that, sure, but you couldn't bludgeon them to death. I looked around the room, but I couldn't see anything else that looked like a weapon. So who the hell had killed Haruko? Was there still some stranger lurking about? Because if not, feeling a presence behind me, I turned. Yeah, this isn't a good look. Yeah, so I killed the girl I was trying to save. Sorry. My bad. That really just kind of happened, didn't it? It was just... You couldn't have talked it out a bit? I know she attacked you, but, like, come on. I was standing in the hallway holding the bloody ski pole in her hand. Yeah. With a look of pure hatred, Mari lunged me with the ski pole. I had no time to react. A searing pain lanced through my throat. It grew hotter and hotter. The front of my chest suddenly felt wet. I brought my hands to my neck and felt blood pumping out between my fingers. I frantically clutched the pole jutting from my throat and yanked it free. The gore-streaked rod fell to the floor with a clatter. Mari called for me in horror. Mari! I tried to call out her name, but all that emerged was a wet gurgling sound from the hole in my throat. Mari, did you kill them all? No. After I went downstairs, did you murder Haruko, Aki, and Keiko? No, it couldn't be. When I'd heard Haruko scream, Mari was standing right there next to me. It couldn't be Mari. It couldn't be. Tell me it wasn't you, Mari. My phone is ringing. Excuse me a second. I might just need to mute the stream for a second. Sorry. Bad timing. I'm right at the end of the game, it looks like. Be right back. Well, this is bad timing. There's got to be like one more screen left. Like, Ah! An emergency's come up. Oh, God. What terrible timing. I reckon there's like 5 lines left. Well, okay, my position and I collapsed. Yeah, this is it. I saw only red. The red of my lifeblood pouring from my throat. With my final thought, I wonder what Mari would do now. All alone, here on the Mountain of the Dead, I felt so sorry for her. Mari. Yep, Lynn. Okay. We got there. We got that chat. Don't worry, it's not like a huge emergency, it's just someone is stuck and needs me to pick them up. But yeah, that's an awkward way to end the stream. I gotta hurry this up. Alright, thank you everybody for watching. This was Kamaitachi no Yoru. I had a lot of fun with the stream. And if you want me to stream more of this, let me know. This game really hooked me. I think it's really cool. But I gotta go now. My housemate needs me to pick her up from the train station, so I gotta get going. Okay, lover. Thank you everybody for tuning in. I will see you next time. Bye bye. Happy Halloween, everybody.
The end.